bonjour, ahoy. Last night, the 13th edition of the Czech and Slovak Transatlantic Awards were held at the Prague Castle, with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen accepting the award, as well as Czech diplomat Martin Pověšil being posthumously recognized for his efforts in Czechia's integration into NATO and the European Union. And here are the highlights from day 2. We started with opening remarks by Czech Foreign Minister Jan Lipavsky, followed on by a high-level panel focusing on countering Russia's hybrid threats. Staying on the Havel stage, the PMs of Denmark and Albania, as well as the President of Finland, did a deep dive on Europe's opportunities, risks, and the road ahead. Shifting to the Schwarzenberg stage, a diverse mix of European voices from the Czech Republic, Montenegro, Slovenia, and Sweden look to the future and the key priorities for the EU's new leadership. Front and center on the Albright stage, high-level interventions from government, multinational organizations, and the private sector delved into what a new era of European defense industry encompasses and how to get there. GLOBSEC President Robert Vass led a thought-provoking discussion on strategic leadership with the Finnish president, who also participated in a GLOBSEC Young Leaders Forum roundtable. Outside of Europe, a critical discussion surrounding flashpoints in East Asia yielded valuable takeaways, with Simon Birmingham, Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs and Senator for South Australia, speaking with the GLOBSEC Young Leaders Forum. A sober reality check about conditions on the ground in Ukraine blended views on the current battle space and next steps for Kiev, as well as its allies. A spirited back and forth on the Western Balkans EU ascent took center stage, with talks revolving on how to build trust and cooperation that will bring the region closer to the EU. To end the day on the Havel stage, in his first interview since being released from prison in Russia, Vladimir Kara-Murza, vice president of the Free Russia Foundation, outlined in detail the circumstances of his arrest by Putin's regime, the torture he underwent, and the long-lasting health issues he still suffers from. Don't go anywhere. There are still big names to be heard from and big waves to be made. Check us out online and see you on day 3.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dobriano. Please welcome Kim Dozier.
Thank you, and good morning. Oh, that's a nice full audience after that cocktail party last night. Well done. So welcome you to day 3, the final day of GLOBSEC 2024, the first year in Prague. We have main agenda sessions taking place on 2 stages here at Havel and next door at Schwarzenberg. Panels on this stage will include the Middle East right after this, with me and the speakers standing in the wings, Black Sea security, and Russia after Putin. On the next stage, you can see climate change, terrorism in Africa, and the media's fight against disinformation and information overload. We'll finish up today at 1 p.m. with closing remarks from Robert Vass. And without further ado, I'm going to bring my speakers on stage. Thank you. Evangeline. And I will bring on, we have Mansour Almarzoqi, who is based in Saudi Arabia, Karim Haggag, who is based in Cairo, Kobi Huberman, coming to us from Tel Aviv, and Hüseyin Bağcı from Ankara. Gentlemen, meanwhile, I would also like everyone to pull out your apps. We're going to start with the Slido question, and I'm going to give them a moment to answer it, and then ask you all what you think. So the Slido question is, how close do you fear we are to World War III because of the ongoing war in the Middle East? So I've given you 3 scenarios: simmer, boil, and explode. Now, simmer means that the harsh rhetoric and low to mid-level regional violent exchanges will continue, but we won't see, for instance, Israel doing a ground invasion of Lebanon. Boil means Israeli troops remain in Gaza, invade South Lebanon, at least in brief targeted raids, but don't stay, and Hezbollah only hits back at Israeli military targets as opposed to hitting the civilian cities that are within reach of hundreds of thousands of bombs that they have, rockets pointed south. But that enables Arab and global powers to talk everyone off the ledge. And then my final category is explode, wide exchanges of fire by all sides, aimed at civilian areas as well as military, which both sides, especially Hezbollah and Israel, have tried to avoid. AKA, that's a few minutes to midnight on the doomsday clock scale. Okay, so far I'm seeing boil. All right, gentlemen, what I would ask you is, how would you answer that question? And this is my lightning round question. Will either side agree to a ceasefire? Let's start with our colleague from Ankara at the far end.
So far not, because the conditions both sides present are not accepted. The dialogue in diplomatic sense will continue, but Prime Minister Netanyahu is like somebody in a village where there are no dogs and he does not have any stick in his hand. So he has the total support of the United States of America. And this support, as he visited Washington, D.C., we can see this. And none of the Middle East countries, including Turkey, Iran, and the other Arab countries, they are not willing to take any military measures. So they know if they would somehow get involved in military terms, they will face the United States of America, as the Biden administration stated several times. So I do not expect at the moment any ceasefire, but the ceasefire is the primary condition to stop the killing of the civilians.
I think Netanyahu and some of his advisors would say he's not totally supported in Washington, but Kobe, what do you think?
I think that the question of whether there will be ceasefire or not should be first and foremost addressed to Sinwar and Hamas leadership. I think that they have been holding the keys similarly to the keys being held by Netanyahu. I don't expect a quick ceasefire, and I don't expect that a ceasefire, which will be achieved eventually, will be the end of the beginning. It will be just yet another step towards the unfolding reality of the Middle East, and I'm sure we will be talking about this.
Yeah, because of course the second phase in the phase ceasefire is supposed to be discussing a permanent ceasefire. Like, as all of us have been watching, whether it's the Oslo Accords or all the negotiations, they always push the devilish details to the second or third phase. So you make a little progress in the first one before you get totally mired again. Sir, what do you think?
Thank you, Kim. So I think maybe the good news about the ceasefire talks, and yes, even in the Middle East we can have good news, is the tenacity with which the mediators are approaching the ceasefire. The United States, Egypt, and Qatar. This is a very difficult, very complex negotiating process. It has so far failed to reach a conclusion on a ceasefire. But we are still going at it. All three parties are still going at it. The reason is that the ceasefire is what will prevent us from getting from a situation of boil to possibly a situation of explosion. That is the key to halt the general regional breakdown on this. In terms of both sides, both Sinwar and Netanyahu are driving a very hard bargain. But I would invite members of the audience to read the Israeli press, in which, in real time, the differences between the senior members of the Israeli security establishment and the Prime Minister on the conditions of a ceasefire are now openly aired, almost in real time. The key to a ceasefire, I think, is in the White House. President Biden was caught in an off-mic moment saying that Netanyahu has to have a come-to-Jesus moment. Jesus has been waiting for quite a long time. I think it really is incumbent on the United States to pressure all sides, but especially the Israeli side, to come to a ceasefire.
Mansour, how would you answer the question?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. As Ambassador Karim just said, the main keys are in the White House. Unfortunately, the White House is paralyzed by the elections season. So I would caution against any far-reaching expectations. That's number one. Number two, it is a dire need for a ceasefire for humanitarian reasons. what the International Court of Justice calls a potential genocide committed by the Israelis against the Palestinians has to stop. Then we have to talk about the hostages. Every single hostage has to be released, from both sides, by the way. Children, women, elderly, all hostages must be released. Unfortunately, and again, making a second reference to Israeli press and Israeli researchers, think tankers, Netanyahu doesn't have an interest, actually, in reaching a ceasefire right now. He doesn't think that he has a high cost for reaching a ceasefire. The only country that can pressure him is the US, and again, the paralysis of the elections is not doing so much pressure. And he has interests in prolonging this phase as long as he can.
Well, to push back a little bit on what the Biden administration can pull off, do you think that one of the reasons Biden hasn't pushed harder is that he hasn't made any progress in the past when he's pushed? And if he reveals to the American public that he actually has no pull with Netanyahu, that will make the White House look even weaker and his administration look even weaker in this situation. Because he's asked from the beginning, behind closed doors, according to my sources, for stop targeting so many civilians, reduce the numbers. Even Netanyahu's own defense minister isn't able to sway his opinion. So what levers does the White House have to actually make Netanyahu, and let me mention the other point, for those of you who might not follow this day by day by day, Netanyahu's coalition is very fragile. He's got a far-right side of the coalition who has told him repeatedly that they will pull out of his coalition, collapse his government, trigger another election if he agrees to a permanent ceasefire. But back to Biden.
I wouldn't speak, I'm not a specialist of the US politics, but from what I read, it seems to me that no one has more leverage than Biden over the Israeli government in general. They are dependent on arms from the US, political cover in the Security Council, even the media discourse, and selectively choosing how to represent. It's not a presentation, it's a representation of the events of Gaza. If you are in the US, it's very unlikely that you would see the images that we have been seeing in the past 10 months. So a far-reaching influence. The question is, can he use it? Does he want to use it? His administration at large. Analysts of US internal politics suggest and even argue that because of the elections season, there is a high cost, not just on Netanyahu, but on the whole of the Democrats' party, if they push too far. How much is too far? How much is acceptable? That is yet unclear, I believe, even to a large number of US politicians.
Kobe, I was going to ask, what happens to Netanyahu's political support if he's seen to cow to a Biden request?
Well, first of all, I'd like a word about the Biden's administration. The Biden administration is paying the price of not getting involved right from the start of this term in maintaining and building up the momentum that was achieved by the Abraham Accords.
But of course, that's when the National Security Advisor wrote in Foreign Affairs right before October 7th. But the Middle East is quiet. Well, by the way, you can still find it in print in Foreign Affairs. They changed the digital version.
Anyway, the Middle East is never quiet, even if we don't hear. And definitely it sounds quiet if we don't listen. And I think that the Biden administration has lost the opportunity. Specifically now, the leverage, I think, is questionable. I think that there are internal political concerns by the Democratic Party that will not allow it to put huge pressure on Israel, and thanks God for that. I think Israelis have to put pressures on Netanyahu and not Biden. We are a democratic country. We have disputes and arguments inside our own society, and that should lead to the right decision both politically and strategically. I urge everyone to look at the dynamics in Israel and understand that in addition to the political blackmailing, so to speak, by extreme right wings, Netanyahu was offered a safety belt by other parts of the opposition should he go and deal and cut a deal and return the hostages back. So there is another alternative for him as well.
But that means if he takes that safety deal, he knows that the opposition will shortly afterwards call for an election, which he will likely lose because he's so unpopular right now.
I'm not sure that they will do that, and I'm not sure that he will lose.
Well, that's interesting. He still has, what were the last opinion polls that you've seen?
Either parity with the other party, or a little bit ahead, but the momentum is on his side, and don't underestimate the ability of polls in Israel to confuse us.
Yes, we've discovered that in 2016 in the United States when the polls said that Hillary Clinton would win. I have a question. By the way, these gentlemen all kindly gave me permission to call them by their first names as opposed to all of their esteemed titles. But Hussein, I'm curious, is an Abraham Accord-like deal, is an expansion of it possible right now with what you're seeing in terms of the reaction across the Arab world?
First of all, I have to tell the classical Arab-Israeli conflict, which we teach at the universities, turned now to a non-Arab Israeli conflict. It means Iran and Turkey are now much more concerned what happens there than the Arab countries. This is a very successful way of making politics for Netanyahu and the Arab countries. The sensitivity in the non-Arab countries concerning the events in Gaza is much higher than the entire Arab world. Now, the second point is here, the Iranians would never fight, but they led the others to fight. The Zeitenwende, what German Chancellor said for Russian-Ukrainian war, is now we have a Zeitenwende in the Middle East after 7th of October. Israel will never have fight and silence anymore in the future. Not as a state, but the Israeli citizens or Jews all over the world. Never, ever before in the world we have seen an increasing antipathy for Israeli politics worldwide. The university students, normal people, men on the street, and certain governments have difficulties to control their societies, like in Turkey. I mean, we in Turkey, we are much more concerned what happens there than in other country. It is our beer? No, it is not. But we in Turkey consider this also from the historical perspective, and the entire United Nations structure, international law, does not function anymore. Using the German professor Alfred Münkler's statement, the world is in uprising. We are confused.
It does seem like the UN Security Council resolutions are suggestions now.
Yes, but the question is here, Kim, where do we go from now on?
Yeah.
It will be never like yesterday. And we live today, and the future will be much more different, and it will be not easy, particularly for Israel, Israeli government, and Jewish in the world.
Mansour, Saudi Arabia was supposed to be about to join the Abraham Accords when October 7th happened. Some have posited that that is a reason that Hamas decided to strike when it did, to make it impossible to move forward with that. How does the Saudi population feel towards Israel now? If your government were to try to move forward, say there was a ceasefire and a cessation or a frozen situation in Gaza right now, what would the population say if MBS tried to move forward with warming relations?
If you allow me, Kim, to just deal with the premise of your question first. Number one, this has never been part of the Abrahamic Accords. It's a different animal. It's a different version of things. It's a different arrangement. The main arrangement is between Saudi Arabia and the United States of America for strategic reasons concerning the upcoming battle that the United States sees on the world stage with regards to the rise of China. If you think of the main two logistical hubs of the two competing economic projects, they are both in Saudi Arabia. The Belt and the Road in the Middle East, the main logistical hub is in Saudi Arabia, and the counter US-led initiative to contain the Belt and the Road, which is the corridor starting from India. Now we have some doubts about it, but the main logistical hub, and going to Europe, the main logistical hub is going through Saudi Arabia. So this can give you...
But the crude understanding was that relationship would only go forward, that bilateral US-Saudi agreement, in return for Saudi warming relations with Israel.
I would argue that the main consideration is vis-a-vis where China fits in the context of Saudi Arabian international relations, where competitors of the US fit in terms of their economic and strategic and political influence and presence in the Middle East. And down the list, you can start talking about normalizing relations as a way of palleting any arrangement that Saudi Arabia requires and makes conditions to be met upon the US. So that's point number one with the premise of your question. Point number two, from operational, and for those who were last night in the discussion, I apologize for repeating myself, but I think it is reductionist to suppose that the Hamas operation on October 7th had one single major purpose.
Of course, yes.
The operation must have had, according to military specialists, at least from 2 to 3 years of preparation. For operational and tactical reasons, they couldn't have picked one single time just for one major reason. They have to consider the espionage, the intelligence, the possibilities of success, the threat assessments, etc. And again, down the list, one of the reasons is the timing vis-a-vis the geopolitical situation in the Middle East, including a potential normalization of relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel. And number three, which is the main point of your question, as everyone is extremely upset in Saudi Arabia, public opinion. From the leadership, political elites, intellectuals, artists, poets, and normal people in the street. Why? Two reasons, although it differs from one category to another. For political elites and intellectuals, they have one strategic considerations. Whatever is happening in Palestine, the apartheid, the genocide, the atrocities, has a symbolic, painful impact upon our thinking, emotions, and also the historical civilizational depth. Palestine historically was part of the ancient kingdom of Qidar 3,000 years ago. After the advent of Islam, our second caliph, Umar al-Khattab, conquered the Roman states, including Palestine.
I just have to caution you, if you're a student of the Middle East and you sit down with anyone from the conflict, they will choose their point in time in history, which is the one that needs to be gone back to. So
fair enough. But the strategic consideration is a bit different from the historical, civilizational, cultural dimension of things. The lack of a Palestinian state creates strategic voids. Those strategic voids are exploited by state actors such as Iran and the past Saddam Hussein. Let's not forget that Saddam Hussein tried in part to justify the invasion of Kuwait in the name of Palestine. The IRGC in Iran has a branch called the Quds, Jerusalem, force the violent militias, more than 48 militias in Iraq created by Iran in the name of Palestine. Even the Houthis, when they attack Saudi Arabia, it is in the name of Palestine, and all have a famous saying that goes, the road to liberating Jerusalem goes through Mecca, the Saudi Arabian city, Riyadh, the Saudi Arabian city, and I assure you, I checked Google Maps and it doesn't.
But that means that there's no solution to this from what you're saying. You're trying to argue to Netanyahu, et cetera, if you want peace in the Middle East, if you want to defang Iran, your major enemy, you have to give the Palestinians more rights. Now, I have a question for Karim. Egypt made peace with Israel a long time ago. I used to live in Cairo, as we were discussing beforehand. It was a very frosty and chilly peace way before the events of October 7th and the aftermath. How much harder would it be now? Because I used to hear crazy conspiracy theories that one of them was that the Israelis were dropping chewing gum laced with something to make the women cheat on their husbands. Like every day I heard another crazy thing about what the Israelis were doing to the Egyptian public.
Egypt was the first Arab country to make peace with Israel. It was a historic peace, opened the door for the Jordanian-Israeli peace a decade and a half later. It showed that peace is possible. However, from the very beginning, the Egyptian approach was that the peace between Israel and its Arab neighbors will never be complete without a just and lasting settlement of the Palestinian issue based on the formula of two states for two peoples. The fact that we have not had a peace process for Palestine for the last 20 years explains not only the reference to the cold peace that you mentioned, but the broader regional breakdown that I think Professor Marzoqi also made in his comments. Now, this is what I think is important to note for the audience is, despite the fact that we've had this cold peace between Israel and Egypt, it actually has developed into a long-standing, mature, sophisticated relationship. We have had areas of cooperation on issues of security. We have a long-standing energy partnership between Egypt and Israel. At one time, Egypt was exporting natural gas to Israel. Now the situation is reversed. Egypt imports natural gas from Israel.
That's still at the business and the high levels as opposed to the people-to-people levels.
No, well, that's exactly my point. At the people-to-people level, and this goes to your earlier question, public opinion in the region is extremely sensitive to the issue of Palestine. This has been the longest-lasting occupation of any kind in modern history. Palestine still is at the center of regional politics. And I think we have to accept the fact that, as I think was mentioned by Professor Hussein, that Palestine is important not just for regional normalization, it's important for both sides. Israel, for it to have a lasting peace, has to move towards a just settlement for the Palestinian issue. So yes, Egyptian public opinion does have an issue because of the continuation of the occupation.
Kobi, before we jump to you, I just wanted to warn the audience, I'm going to start taking some questions from Slido, but I would also like to see hands in a moment. So I'm also warning our lovely GLOBSEC mic runners. I'll be pointing folks out in the crowd. Kobi, how can Israel make peace when Israelis see the atrocities that happened on October 7th denounced by disinformation as falsehoods, things that quote-unquote never happened, or an Israeli plot, as opposed to what Israelis watch unfold? And everybody knows someone who was affected or killed on October 7th across that country. Small country.
Thank you for raising this point. I think people in the region and around the world still underestimate the trauma that we are going through and the loss of trust in any partnership with the Palestinians. This is a huge breakout and it will take years to build up, if at all, and it is widely depending on regional actors and Palestinians and the international community, as well as Israelis. So if we want to look ahead and find a solution, and I fully agree with your comment that we shouldn't look backward like 3,700 years in the history of the region for origins and legitimacy. We need to look ahead, and we need to find out new paradigms, new ideas, and new frameworks that would bring together the regional players because of their shared interest. And here may I comment that the rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Israel hasn't started just a year before October 7th and will not stop after October 7th. It is a long-term interest for almost a generation in Saudi Arabia and in Israel. It is building up also behind the scene. And with respect to the cold peace with Egypt, I very much appreciate a peaceful yet cold peace compared to the alternative. And I strongly believe that this is exactly the view that my most reasonable and responsible Egyptian friends are holding.
I just want to look and see if I see any raised hands. Scanning the audience. The audience is very shy this morning. Oh, there we go, right over there. And if you could stand up and introduce yourself.
My name is Petr Švec. I'm from Slovakia, NGO, dealing with relations between Israel and so on. I will not go deep into the history. I will ask one question concerning Palestinian state. There was a period between 1949 and 67 when Gaza was under control of Egypt, and so-called West Bank, means Samaria and Judea, under control of Jordanian.
Okay, I should say we don't have a lot of time for the history part of things, so we've got to make sure there's a question in your question.
No, the question is, and also Old City of Jerusalem was under Jordanian control. My question is why the Palestinian state did not, started to exist during this period. It would be very easy possible.
Thank you. Got it. Wow, that's taking a moment in time, and there's a lot that happened then. That was the start of the fight for the Jewish state.
Well, I don't want to go into what could have happened or why things didn't happen. I'm rooted in reality and looking forward. The fact is that there was an opportunity missed, but missing opportunities in the Middle East is the name of the game for generations.
Yes.
And it is our responsibility not to miss an opportunity, and I'd like to highlight that there is one. There are converging interests of the major regional players. There are underlining strategic intent by the leaders, not shared necessarily with their people, but we see a different layer of cooperation, quiet, beneath the table, behind the scene, that needs to be expanded and one day will materialize. I am sure, even if it is going to take 5, 10, or 20 years from now, things will materialize because the underlying strategic intent is there in the major capitals of the region.
Now, that brings us to a Slido question that's gotten a lot of votes. Is it possible for lasting military peace without regime change in Tehran? Who wants to? Please.
First of all, I follow Iran. I have been there, and I will be there in October again. I think the system is very strong there. I mean, the Iranian system is very much inside-oriented, but they are involved outside, and they negotiate also nuclear agreement with the Western countries. So Iran is one of the key players, getting now the support of Russia and China too. And it is also in the Gulf equally important. So I think the Iranian regime is much stronger than we assume. But there is one danger for this system. This is the young people and the women. So the country is boiling actually inside, But outside, the military strength and the institutions there are not willing to give up. So we have to live with this reality, even under Pezeshkian with the new president.
Well, one interesting thing about Iran in its situation right now is, thanks to China, Iran and Saudi Arabia are speaking again, so to speak. And the other thing is, in the multiple times that Israel and Iran have been on the brink of exchanging fire, and the exchange of fire that they've had so far has been, Middle East watchers would say, very measured compared to what it could be. But also, it seems that there is, with the latest threat to strike after the killing of the Hamas leader, which Israel has not claimed, but it's been blamed on Israel inside Tehran, there's been real Arab world outreach and constant discussion and communication with Iran. Mm-hmm. Iran, one could argue, last year, before the events of October 7th, was on the outs. It was a colder peace with Saudi Arabia, etc. It seems like Iran has strategically capitalized on this to build the relationships with the Arab world that, in a very real sense, the Abraham Accords were meant to stop. Mm-hmm. You from Cairo.
Thank you. Let me just go back to the question on regime change, because in the Middle East, we've had a history of regime change. It doesn't end well. So we've had regime change in Iraq. It destabilized not only the Iraqi state, but the broader region. We've had regime change in Libya. The reverberations of that have spilled over into North Africa and in the Sahel region. We almost had regime change in Syria. And as a result, we had a fracturing of the Syrian state, the emergence of ISIS. So these things can be extremely destabilizing. So that's just a word of caution when we think about this issue of regime change. On your question regarding Iran, yes, it's been quite interesting to see that Iran has engaged in this process of outreach to its neighbors. There's been a reconciliation between Iran and Saudi Arabia, brokered by China. It was preceded by a reconciliation with the UAE. And so Iran has gradually broken out of what was a situation of regional isolation. I think much more important to point out is, and this was mentioned also earlier, that Iran has been able to leverage and capitalize on the breakdown in Palestine. The situation in Palestine, and especially after October 7th, has vindicated Iran's narrative of resistance. And hence, it has been able to mobilize this coalition of non-state actors that it is self-described as the axis of resistance in Israel. So the longer we have the ongoing conflict in Palestine, the longer we have the conflict ongoing in Gaza, Iran's narrative of resistance to Israel will be legitimized. And that is what is really at stake in this conflict. If we don't end this conflict quickly and move quickly to some sort of pathway towards a two-state solution, Iran will be able to consolidate its position in the region. It will be able to capitalize on the narrative of resistance to the United States and Israel. And I think that the countries represented here on this panel will be on the defensive.
Mansour, there was a key meeting after the killing of the Hamas leader inside Tehran in Jeddah, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, which Iran called. And what was the tone of that?
Generally speaking, condemnation of violations of international law, because you can see a number of violations. Forget about the involved actors. You like them, you dislike them, you like Iran or dislike Iran. There was a breach of Iranian sovereignty. So under international law, this is unacceptable.
And everyone assumed that it was Israel, even though Israel didn't claim responsibility for the killing of Ismail Haniyeh in an Iranian guest house. by some sort of explosion, either in the room or from the outside?
There are differences, and diplomats in the room understand this, between what is declared in the media and what is discussed between officials. All officials, without a single exception, Europeans, Americans, Canadians, Middle Eastern, Arab, non-Arab, agree that it was Israel, including Israeli messages sent through some actors, Arabs and Western actors, in terms of measuring the response and sending messages and trying to persuade Iran not to take action. So that is a practical admission that it was Israel. The media is a different story. But to go back to, also I want to make a comment about the regime change. As Ambassador Karim just said, it has a catastrophic impact on stability, not just in the Middle East, but in the world at large. The late Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia, Prince Saud al-Faisal, in the 80s and the 90s, prior to the American invasion of Iraq, post the invasion of Iraq, has systematically argued, which represents the different Saudi Arabian governments, that if you want to deal with the expansionism of Iran, take away the excuse. Give back the Sheb'a farms to Lebanon, end the Israeli occupation of Palestine, accept a Palestinian state. This is a much more effective way to deal with Iran than a regime change. On the other hand, it is in the best interest of Israel. As I said last night, the sky is the limit. Cultural relations between the Arab world, including Saudi Arabia, economic cooperation with Israel. We just need a little thing called the Palestinian state. And Saudi Arabia has three major foreign policy priorities: development, development, development. And we believe, and this is a strategic concept,
of the Palestinian state.
Development of the whole region. We cannot develop vision, Saudi Arabian Vision 2030 cannot succeed without the economic growth and success of Egypt, of Jordan, of Iran, of Iraq, of Yemen, Oman, and Israel. We need cooperation and development, but there are prerequisites, one of which, chief among which, is an Israeli acceptance of Palestinian right to self-determination and human rights.
Well, and that brings us to a question from Simon Radford on Slido that's gotten a lot of votes. Is it possible for Hamas to be defeated, and what would that look like? Because my question is, you're asking Israel right now to say yes to a Palestinian state that, you know, before October 7th happened, the Netanyahu government had given wide autonomy to Hamas. It had offered them thousands of work visas. It had had a quote-unquote good relationship. And in the West Bank, the Palestinian Authority is widely unpopular among Palestinians, but also you have a patchwork of Palestinian areas that are, well, it's the high ground of the West Bank. So why would Israelis say yes to a Palestinian state when cooperation had yielded October 7th in terms of Gaza, and cooperation in the West Bank would be giving the high ground to the enemy? Kobe.
And if I'm allowed just one word about regime change. First, the regime change in Tehran is an issue for the Iranian people. And second, we must not forget that the aspiration of the Persian Empire preceded the current regime and will continue after the current regime. I think that historically, we are looking at a power, mini power, that has aspirations all the way up to Mecca, and my friends will understand what I'm saying. With respect to the why would Israelis agree, I think that Israelis care first and foremost, especially after October 7th, about one word: security. And we are surrounded, more than any other nations around the world, by 7 theaters of threats that we must tackle almost simultaneously.
The Ring of Fire.
It is the Ring of Fire, and it starts from Tehran. So we are not the only one who suffer from that. My friends from Saudi Arabia will definitely remember the Houthi missiles shot at them. My friends in the UAE will remember that as well. So we have to call spade a spade and understand that we have shared interests and shared threats, and we need to sit to the table and agree on a regional security framework that will address both the threats, both the opportunities for development, and in that context will also address a roadmap to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. But we cannot isolate the issue of a Palestinian state and think that this will address all the miseries and all the problems of the region. It will not, and I beg to differ, I'm afraid, that even if and when such a state is established, do not expect the problems of the region to disappear.
We have about a minute left for each of you, so back to the question of does Hamas need to be defeated, or can it, for stability to come back?
Can I come in on that?
Please.
Because I think it's an important question and it deserves a fuller answer. So this has now been, by all accounts, the longest of any of the wars between Israel and the Palestinians. The first Intifada, second Intifada, which you covered. This has been ongoing now for 10 months, going on to a year. And it's clear that there is no military solution to Hamas. Israel can degrade Hamas militarily, it can dismantle its organized military structure in Gaza, but it cannot defeat Hamas, it cannot eliminate Hamas from the equation. And more importantly, Hamas, whatever the outcome of this conflict, Hamas's narrative of resistance will be legitimized. Hamas will claim with much justification to the Palestinian constituencies, and yes, there are differences between Gazans and Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, but it will make a claim that the only way to deal with Israel, the only way to deal with the occupation is through armed resistance. Now, this points to a key problem in the Israeli approach to the conflict, that the Israeli approach relies almost exclusively on a military operational approach to the problem. And therefore, it rejects any legitimate political alternative to Hamas. It has rejected the return of the PA to govern Gaza. It has rejected categorically any mention or return to a two-state solution. And therefore, we have a situation in which Israel actually has no exit from Gaza. And so we will be left with a situation of the worst of all worlds in Gaza. We may have an Israeli reoccupation of Gaza. We may have remnants of Hamas still in Gaza, but no one governs Gaza. We will have a vacuum of governance and a vacuum of security. So this conflict will not have a definitive end as long as we continue with this military-oriented approach to Gaza.
So we have 30 seconds each. Sorry, just the view from Ankara. Can Hamas be defeated?
Technically, yes.
Basically a yes or no.
In the long run, no, you cannot. We have a new situation now in the Middle East. Before it was PLO, and now it is Hamas, and it will continue. So what we see there in the long run, non-governmental organizations which have weapons are a bigger threat to the democratic countries and even non-democratic countries in the region. None of the Arab countries, one sentence, none of the Arab countries accept Hamas now and in the future. And it is the advantage maybe of Israel.
Kobe, take us home in the last 30 seconds.
10 seconds. Hamas will be defeated if it is going to be fought by regional players in Israel in the next decade or so.
Did you have anything to add?
Yes, really quickly in 30 seconds. Number one, the Israeli tendencies of refusing a Palestinian state predate the 7th of October. Number two, Netanyahu helped fund Hamas in order to create division within the Palestinians. Number three, land annexation is more important for Israel than security. This is the reason why it refused the Saudi Arabian Peace Initiative of 1981 and the Saudi Arabian Peace Initiative in 2001. Land annexation more than security is more important to Israel.
And with that, I thank you all for a vigorous and polite debate on this subject. Now, our next session is also on the Middle East, and we're going to have a minister from Qatar. It starts straight away, so we're just going to do a little bit of seat changes on stage as we walk off. And I want to welcome the moderator, Yahya. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good to have a response. Let me welcome you to this session, which will be a conversation with His Excellency, Minister Mohammed Nasser Al-Khulaifi, the Minister of State from the Foreign Affairs of Qatar.
مرحبا دكتورة.
Thank you. Sorry, it got complicated with all the different gadgets I've been given. Your Excellency, it's absolutely wonderful to have you here with us today, and thank you for taking the time to come to GLOBSEC, to Prague, for this conversation. Let me begin with you with a very broad question. The Middle East is at the throes of probably one of the most significant crises it has faced in, let's say, in its contemporary history. We've been in a situation where we're quickly seem to be consistently spiraling towards an all-out conflict, altercations between an exchange of fire, direct exchange of fire between Iran and Israel, the horrific toll of the war on Gaza that has now lasted 10 months, the front with Lebanon that has seen the destruction of significant parts of the border area with Lebanon, citizens displaced on both sides of the border. I think something like 80,000 Israeli citizens from the north, similar amount, about 90,000 from the south in Lebanon, Lebanese citizens. It's getting worse and worse, let's put it this way. So let me begin with a kind of a broader question to you on the potential ripple effects of the Israel war on Gaza, the prospects for a region-wide escalation that could pull in global powers. I mean, we haven't seen this amount of military presence in the Mediterranean as we're seeing today, multiple warships, US and others. What leverage does the US effectively have, and is it using this full leverage to both end the war on Gaza as well as contain its spread?
Thank you very much, Doctora, for your kind introduction. I'm delighted to be here, and I thank the organizers for inviting me in this important forum. It's my first time in Prague, this wonderful city of long-standing history and innovation, which I'm really delighted, and this is not going to be my last trip to Prague. Regarding your questions, you've asked a very important question about our region. It is unfortunate and also worrying what we are seeing, the expansion in the number of conflicts in our region. The situation in Gaza occupies most of our time and efforts these days. It stands at the top of the world's agenda. It attracts everyone. And this is really applies the idea that conflict sometimes doesn't have borders. And everyone is affected by the conflicts. I mean, we never thought that the war in Ukraine, for example, would have its impact in the Middle East and in Africa when it comes to the food security and other aspects as well. So you can see that this is a role of everyone should be involved in those conflicts. Gaza, more specifically, Doctora, as you know, Qatar has an extensive amount of years of experience in the field of mediation. More than 25 years has been dedicated to this specifically peaceful methods of resolving conflicts. Statistically, mediation has been classified as the second most used peaceful methods of peaceful resolution as a tool, following up direct negotiation. So that tells you that people and leaders tend to refer to more flexible methods in resolving conflicts rather than others that are not categorized as flexible, such as, for example, judicial process. And therefore, I think it is, this is considered one of the most complicated and difficult cases that Qatar has engaged in since the first hours of the conflict. After the incident itself, we've established a task force in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Following October 7, yes. Following October 7, to work with international partners to de-escalate the tension. We realized that this conflict is not similar to the previous conflict, and as you know, this is not an old case, the conflicts between the Palestinians and the Israelis. But we realize that this has its own aspects that distinguish these conflicts from the previous ones. We've engaged heavily with partners. We've engaged with our co-mediators on the hostage release track. And we've managed in the last November to secure a pause. Unfortunately, that pause did not extend 7 days with the release of 109 hostages and a number also of detainees. Our efforts continues to today. And our engagement is continuous. We're working around the clock in this very difficult case. And I'm saying difficult for two main reasons. The first one is that the military operations on the grounds automatically impact the negotiation table. It makes our task extremely difficult. Any developments on the ground whatsoever, either at the Gaza Strip or in the region, impacts the efforts of the mediators. And the second reason, which I find it extremely difficult, and as mediator I would say this, that the term trust does not exist in the parties' dictionaries. I'll put it this way. And therefore, it makes it difficult for the mediator to propose solid and better initiatives for the parties to reach an agreement and bring the parties closer to each other. And therefore, all of those aspects are challenging. However, we remain steadfast and committed to our efforts, hoping that we can add value to this case. Now, I know that your question is very general and broad, that touched base on the Middle East generally, but this is only an example of the situation in Gaza.
Thank you. Let me ask you then just to zoom in a bit more. I mean, Gaza, 10 months of war, 40,000 dead, thousands, 80, 90,000 injured, catastrophic humanitarian situation. 90 Israeli hostages remain. What are the obstacles to a ceasefire? Why can't we stop the bloodshed and move to the next phase? I mean, you're the key mediator, one of the key mediators.
If the parties are going to continue to favor the military options over the peaceful options, then definitely this horrific outcome would be the situation currently. And therefore, I think it's important to really favor and providing more tolerance to the mediation that has been provided for the parties on the table. Now, our efforts are continuous, as I mentioned to you, that in a very difficult and complicated case, that the parties are still apart in many of the points, but we're still, in each day, trying to bridge the two sides closer to each other to really reach that agreement that we believe that will be that will be for the best of everyone. Mainly the civilians, as you said, are the first victim in this conflict.
I mean, the toll it has taken continues to be horrific. And Gaza's almost razed to the ground. So which brings me to two related questions. What was the impact of the twin assassinations that we saw in Beirut and in Tehran of Bağcı and Ismail Haniyeh on the ceasefire negotiations, especially as one of the hostages who unfortunately was killed and was discovered yesterday, apparently, or two of them actually, were on the list that should have been released in July. At the same time, again, we're seeing an increasing toll on human life in Gaza, on Palestinians in Gaza. We're seeing an expansion of the conflict to Jerusalem and the West Bank. Where is this going? What is the...
Doctora, any escalation whatsoever, including the assassination of the members of the negotiating parties, are going to aggravate the situation and makes our task extremely difficult. This is a reality that we're facing, and this is a reality that we've been reflecting to the parties on the negotiation table, that lives are at stake, and it's important that we get this agreement as soon as possible to save as much lives as possible.
Let me ask you then a final question on the status of the ceasefire. I think the question on everyone's minds is why, I mean, do both parties want an actual ceasefire? Especially in light of leaks by the negotiating team themselves regarding the Israeli Prime Minister's constantly changing goalposts. Now we're seeing discussions about Rafah, the Philly corridor. So what are the main sticking points in this sense for a ceasefire? And what is the impact also? I mean, can we talk a bit about the West Bank and Jerusalem as well?
Sure, it needs to be covered as a one complete picture. We cannot deal with Gaza without dealing with East Jerusalem and the West Bank as well. Especially when we're talking about the day after. We're talking about the governance, the future of governance when it comes to the Gaza situation. And therefore, I think it's all very much linked and attached to each other. And more efforts need to be done in this line. What we did as a regional Arabic group, we have established what we call by the regional contact group, to work heavily on establishing an action plan that will allow us at least to see the light at the end of the tunnel, the future for the Palestinian people, the stability when it comes to the governance situation, the security level when it comes to all countries in the region. And therefore, there are so many important questions, but difficult answers, that needs thorough engagements, more work, and more collaboration at the highest level between the important stakeholders in that file. You've mentioned in your early introduction about the United States. The United States is an important strategic partner for us. And they've been an important mediator as well with us in this case. So the more that we engage with our partners, the better that can shape up that reality. I'm saying this taken into consideration as well the challenges that we're facing on the grounds when it comes to the consensus, when it comes to the full support to this. So many of those points that are always in our minds, but needs even thorough engagement and further collaboration. So you mentioned a second point related to, remind me,
No, I was talking about, we've seen now an expansion in the violence to the West Bank,
yes,
which actually
yes,
began prior to October 7th.
Yes,
you know, the government, the Minister of Interior in Israel today, the government itself is the most right-wing, let's say, government that has the country's ever seen.
Indeed.
So what we've seen is a real expansion of the conflict into Gaza, into the West Bank. It's a powder keg. We've seen statements by different Israeli security and political elite talking about the transfer of Palestinians from both Gaza and from the West Bank. I mean, all of this, what does this do to, what are the prospects for the two-state solution when those sitting around the table are saying, we don't want that? If we're going to talk about the day after, and what you're saying is we cannot de-link the governance of Gaza from the West Bank, this is something that Israel is rejecting. So if it's not a two-state solution, it's not a one-state solution, what is the solution then? And what does this mean for peace and prosperity and stability in the region?
It's definitely concerning to us. And this is definitely going to aggravate the situation rather than allowing us to reach some sort of an agreement, and a peaceful agreement in this area. As I mentioned to you earlier, Doctora, any aggravation whatsoever directly impact the major objective. If the major objective is the two-state solution, then the following question would be, what is the action plan for the two-state solution? I mean, we've been hearing from several officials about their full support to the two-state solution. The problem that we're facing currently is that we need a full comprehensive action plan for the two-state solution that will be followed and respected by all parties, including Israel. This is something that we've been facing as a major challenge in the past years. I'll be also as blunt and transparent with you today, Doctora. This case specifically is not a new case. The Palestinian case is not a new one. It's been in the shelf for several times, put him back again to the desk and back again to the shelf. I say to my colleagues when we were discussing and deliberating this case internally, this is a golden opportunity for us to think for a long-lasting solution for the Palestinian cause. If we're tolerating the temporary solution over the long-lasting solution, the conflicts will never go away. Peace will be so far away from us. And therefore, I think it's important for us not to put this file back again to the shelf and find and work on it day and night to find a permanent and a lasting solution for this case.
So you believe a two-state solution is still possible?
As a mediator, I need to be optimistic. And I always tell even my students at the university that if a mediator is pessimistic, then it's a case closed. You don't need to worry so much and put more efforts, I think, in the mediation itself. We remain committed. We remain hopeful that the more that we talk to the parties, the more that we engage, and the more that we propose positive initiatives for the best of the people, the better the situation will be.
Okay. Let me turn to Syria and Lebanon. What do you make of the normalization initiatives with the Assad regime, including more calls and actions by some European countries now, as well as the rapprochement between Syria and Turkey?
So this is also an important case in our MENA region. We strongly support the political solution of the Syrian case. We support even all the United Nations Security Council resolutions that has been adopted. It's important that those resolutions are put into action, which we don't see currently when it comes to our situation. Our position remains the same in Qatar, calling for a full implementation of this resolution and improving, honestly, the lives of the people. The people are the victim. The people of Syria are the victim of the current actions. And therefore, I think more need to be done by the regime for the people of Syria.
Let me move to Lebanon. The current escalatory trajectory. Can you comment a bit on this, the ongoing conflict between Hezbollah and Israel, and the prospect of this escalating into something much more than it currently is? And just to tag onto this, just a question in terms of what would a post-Gaza scenario for Lebanon look like? I mean, Qatar is part of the quintet that includes Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the US, and France, that is trying to mediate not only a presidential election, the country's been in a political deadlock for more than a year and something now, but to also try and find a way out of the economic and financial crisis that began in 2019.
As I mentioned to you previously, I think what really worries us about the conflict in Gaza is the possibility for the spillover beyond the Gaza Strip. That conflict, that flame, is reaching out to other countries as well, and Lebanon is one of them. And therefore, we're always calling for de-escalations, calling for favoring the voice of wisdom for de-escalating the conflicts in the region. And therefore, I think Lebanon is not far away from that conflict. The instability within Lebanon currently, when it comes to the political situation, automatically impact the decision of Lebanon and other cases, and that worries us. Qatar is part, as you mentioned, of the Quint, and we are actively cooperating with our partners on finding a breakthrough in this political deadlock. I think I will also remain hopeful that there are always important efforts that need to be taken here. And Qatar will never hesitate to continue showing our full support to Lebanon and the Lebanese people. And as you know, Qatar, when it comes to our full support to the army, is continuous. And this is due to our great care for the security and stability of Lebanon, Lebanese people.
What would it take for the conflict between Hezbollah and Israel to stop now?
As I mentioned to you, the case is very much attached as well to the case in Gaza. And this applies not only in Lebanon, but applies also in the Red Sea and the other escalations that we see in the region. And therefore, there is no alternative to a ceasefire agreement. There is no alternative even when we talk about the governance, even when we touch base on the situation in the West Bank and in East Jerusalem. It's all attached to what is going to happen in Gaza. And therefore, that's why we're working, as I mentioned to you, around the clock, hoping that we can achieve this ceasefire.
So basically, the first step towards a regional de-escalation, what I'm hearing you say is the first step towards a regional de-escalation is a ceasefire in Gaza, which would automatically then apply to other fronts that have opened up since the conflict began with Gaza on October 8th.
I believe so. I definitely believe so.
So let me then turn to the more kind of, again, broader regional dynamics. Do you envision a new regional security architecture that also includes Iran in this case? Because Iran, and its partners, not all our proxies, but also partners across the region, will play an important role in this. And do you think such a regional security architecture would be capable of addressing regional tensions and conflict? If yes, what would it look like?
I think it's the responsibilities of all regional countries, not necessarily Iran. Iran is an important regional actor. For us, Iran is a neighbor, and we believe strongly in the method of dialogue and transparency in dealing with those matters with the Iranian Authority. And therefore, our thorough engagement with Iran has resulted positively in many occasions, including the times where Qatar played as a mediator between Iran from one side and other countries from other sides.
Including the United States.
Including the United States recently. And that's as I mentioned to you, is simply the cornerstone of our foreign policy, is to work and participate actively in the peacemaking process in the region.
It's important to leverage all these relationships. Let me just do a follow-up on this. There's been a notable absence of a kind of a broadly agreed on Arab initiative to end the conflict and to kind of draw a clear vision for peace in the region, similar to the 2002 Arab Peace Plan that talked about Land for Peace, which was launched from Beirut, Lebanon. So we haven't seen anything similar emerge at this moment. What are the conditions that can bring about such an emergence and a convergence between the different Arab countries? I mean, many are involved in different ways. Yourself, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and others are involved in different ways, but not necessarily everyone is pushing in the same direction.
So we have several cases that we're dealing with, and we're always investing in every opportunity we're having to cooperate and coordinate with our regional partners. As you know, we have strong regional institutions, the GCC. We've been using this platform for several times to enhance the regional securities in all aspects. So we're doing our parts to coordinate and to build up that momentum. If you're talking at the Arab level, then there is the Arab League. But I think further coordinations are always needed, and therefore it's unfortunate that our Middle East is filled with several and difficult conflicts from here and there, but there's always an opportunity for mediators and a group of interested countries to play an active role in preserving peace in those areas.
Is the Arab League still viable?
It is there, it's existing, and there are several discussions that's happening under that umbrella. But as I mentioned to you, the complexity of those different cases, it demands that we think creatively of how can we deal with those cases and how can we come up with creative solutions that can resolve those conflicts. And I repeat the same message that I mentioned previously. We should be focused on long-lasting solutions for those cases, not temporary solutions. We've engaged personally, I'm talking about Qatar here, we've engaged several times for several years in the conflicts between the Palestinians and the Israelis. Unfortunately, our efforts does not exceed the ceasefire, which does not put an end to the actual cause. And therefore, I think we have a golden opportunity in front of us to really unite our efforts in bringing more lasting, long peace in that area. That involves the international stakeholders, that they also need to cooperate with us and get involved and unite with us in bringing that action plan that that I was talking about.
It's a tough one.
Indeed.
Especially, I mean, again, maybe I should ask this question: what are the conditions that would bring about, conversions on an agreement similar to the 2002 Arab Peace Initiative?
As I mentioned to you, we need further initiatives, and we need more opportunities similar to such that will allow us really to unite our efforts on that piece. Gaza is one of those examples. As soon as the matter happens, we unite as a regional contact group, hoping that we can come up with or play our part as regional countries in bringing initiatives to the table. Now, there are a lot of challenges, yes. There are a lot of challenges on the grounds, but we need to work beyond those challenges so we can have better future.
Let me then move to the final question, which is the US is opposed by many countries in countries of the global south. Gaza has been actually a turning point in many ways because of the support that it has given to the blanket support that we've seen it give to Israel over the past 10 months, especially. It's become a factor of global realignment. Is there an alternate power broker that you see at this particular moment, or not?
As I mentioned to you previously, it is the responsibility of all. I think the case in Gaza demands the involvement of everyone. All the important stakeholders, that including the UK, France, the European Union, and others. I think there is always a room for each state to contribute positively to that work. And this will really help us to overcome those challenges that we faced in the past, which includes the governance issue, which includes the security issue when it comes to the Israelis' actions, and also when it comes to our international coordination at a higher level. I think more can be done in those aspects because the challenges are still today existing. And as I mentioned to you, when countries are deploying diplomacy, others are deploying troops. And the military, we don't believe in the military options. And the more that countries are favoring military interventions, and that does not only apply in Gaza, it applies in Sudan and other cases. When they're really favoring the military options over the peaceful diplomacy, then this is unfortunately what we're going to see. But we need to be committed to that task and do our role.
China, a role for China in this process?
It's a role for
we've seen it play an increasingly bigger role, at least on the diplomatic front. Is there more it can be doing?
We did see that, and we commend any efforts that can bring more peace and a resolution for the conflicts between countries. We've seen them mediating between Iran and Saudi Arabia, which is also a very good step in bringing peace and favoring dialogue between regional countries. I think this is the role of everyone. We need to be coordinated. We need to be, plan our work together, and making sure that we work systematically towards an action plan. And as I said to you, there's no time for talks now. It's time for action. it's important for us really to put things on documents and continue working over those plans. It's easy to say, difficult to do. I understand this. But if we're not doing our part as an active members of this international community, then who will do?
Can I just maybe ask you then if you can share with us concrete, I mean, what you're describing is the lack of also trust and confidence, and we were talking about this earlier. What are concrete confidence building measures that can be implemented today that can help bring about the vision you're describing, not only in terms of peace in Gaza, resolution to the Palestinian-Israeli issue?
I think the thorough engagement between the parties are essential. One of the most difficult mediation sessions we had in the past is what we call by the indirect negotiation, when we have the two parties in separate rooms. They don't talk to each other, they don't see each other, but they criticize each other on the media. That does not help the case itself. And therefore, I think building that trust and building the bridges between the two sides are the responsibilities of states that are willing to take up that responsibility. Qatar is one of them. This is a role that we've taken and we will continue to do in the future.
Your Excellency, thank you very much. This was a fascinating conversation.
Delighted.
I look forward to many more. I've been tasked with telling you that there are refreshments in the foyer, and the next session, Black Sea Security, will start in half an hour. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your moderator, Andrew Muller.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Andrew Muller. I'm the host of the Foreign Desk on Monocle Radio, which you can find wherever superior podcasts are downloaded. I'll introduce the subject very shortly, but first I'd like you to welcome our panel, Rosen Plevneliev, Alina Frolova, Tobias Elwood, and Bazat Ozturk.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to welcome you all to today's discussion. It is, as you know, entitled Bolstering Black Sea Security, which is a pretty self-explanatory title. In some respects, it's quite hard, I think, to know how to assess the impact of the last 2.5 years of war on its northern shoreline, on the security of the Black Sea. On the one hand, Russia's war has been an obvious threat to Black Sea shipping. On the other, thanks to the efforts of Ukraine, Russia's Black Sea fleet is perhaps not quite what it once was. But it is arguable, I think, and historians here will know better, but given the history of conflict between and among the Black Sea's littoral states, the Black Sea has, I think, been relatively and perhaps surprisingly placid. And I did look this up, and before the previous conflict, there had been the current conflict that is, there'd been a fight between Russia's Black Sea Fleet and Georgian patrol boats in 2008, a couple of engagements between Soviet and Axis navies during World War II, and then we're going back to, and I hope no one's bearing a grudge here, Bulgarian torpedo boats trying to sink an Ottoman cruiser in about 1912, and then the Battle of Kinburn during the Crimean War in 1855. So I think everybody ends up getting represented here. The question, I guess, is perhaps how we keep it that way. And Mr. President, first of all, when we think about Black Sea security, we're thinking about Russia, right? Is Russia really the only threat as things now stand?
Absolutely, the biggest threat. Well, Putin as a new Hitler in the 21st century is bombing, he's killing, he's attacking, he's rejecting the right of Ukraine and the brave Ukrainian people to have their own country, to have their own borders, their own sovereignty, their own freedom and their own democracy. And we watched all over the years and the decades how, I have to say very clearly to all of you, the Russians might not be having a strong economy, they don't have a cause. And they don't make a history with something positive here, but they always have a plan. And they are very continuous in their planning and the execution of their plan. I was fighting with European leaders back at the European Council because I was asking them back in 2014, 2015 about the annexation, illegal annexation of Crimea. Who is the guru of Putin? What's his target? What is he following up in the Russian history? They would tell me, Madam Chancellor Merkel and the other, well, it's Peter the Great. No, it's not Peter the Great, because Peter the Great was a modernizer. He was willing to integrate the Russian Empire with the European empires back then. No, it's Nikolai I. Nikolai I, in every speech of Putin, we hear the legacy of Nikolai I. He was the emperor of Poland, of Finland, of Russia. He was launching wars. He was attacking even Turkey back in the 19th century. Nikolai I was the one to be against the European empires, and the one, of course, who lost Crimea because of the Crimean War back in the middle of the 19th century. And Putin, when he annexed illegally Crimea, he referred to restoring the legacy of Nikolai I. Read about Nikolai I. It's a very dangerous figure in the Russian history. So we saw Putin doing what he does. We saw occupying 1/3 the territory of Georgia. We saw installing frozen conflicts all over the Black Sea. We saw his full-scale war in Ukraine. And just another very simple fact. I was very shocked. I visited Moscow and Kiev in one the same week. That was in 2019. And in Moscow, I talked to young people, and they were telling me, we Russians are the perfect slaves. We've never been free. We don't know what it is to be free. We've always been run by dictators, by emperors. We don't know. We don't understand democracy. You're preaching, but we don't get it. We never, young Russia, we will never be free. And I went to Kiev. talking to young people in Kiev, they were telling me you're ready to die for freedom. So that's the difference. Please understand it, get it. The Russians, if you ask me, are they able of having a democracy? Do they share our values? No. It's a very long fight, hopefully. But the very simple way to fight today for what we believe is right for the planet, for the children, is to support Ukraine in any possible way. That's what we need to do. Very simple. I stop here. Get together, help Ukraine as much as we can, as efficient as we can, as bigger as we can, to defeat Putin's war. Fight that war in all the domains we have in our countries. That war is in our countries. Putin is launching a war not just against Ukraine, it's against all of us, against our values, against Bulgaria, against Europe, against Germany. And you see how divided today our countries are because of him. He's fighting our democracies, he's fighting our institutions. So basically we need to get that fight, get together, get efficient. And of course, especially for the Black Sea, I'm very happy that we have new initiatives that will come later on, together with Turkey, together with Romania, together with other countries, and of course, together with Ukraine, to deliver a free and a free sea.
Alina, I'll bring you in presently. Before I do that, I do want to get the audience thinking about any questions you may have for our panelists as well. And for people watching remotely, do please send your questions in. They will appear on one of two magic screens I have in front of me. So we will try and involve people watching remotely and you here as well. But I will lay down the law now. I'm asking for questions, not comments. Definitely not speeches. We do have GLOBSEC volunteers armed with shepherd's crooks just in case. But Alina, I will bring you in because most of the concentration or most of the discussion of Russia's invasion of your country has talked about the land war, the occupation of Donbass. Is it arguable, if we try to understand what Russia is doing, that the Black Sea is actually what they want? That was why the focus on Crimea, and this goes back to this eternal Russian longing for a warm water port.
Well, first of all, I would like to add that we also have Moldova, who suffered like a Black Sea country from Russian invasion. So if you will have a look, it's only Turkey maybe still not touchable in like a very big direct influence. But yeah, we all know the troubles which Russia can create. About the Black Sea, obviously from the point of view of economy and influence and projection of military power, the Crimea and Black Sea for Russians are extremely important. I mean, they have 40% of their export and serious percent of their import through the Black Sea. And for them, transportation and control is crucial. We can come back to the grain corridors. Yes, when they block the actually the grain transportation corridors for Ukraine, they actually became almost monopolistic at the grain supply market. They steal the grain from Ukraine and they were just like selling it to. So they manipulate with the markets. But the goal of Russia is not Crimea, and this is not Donbass. They want to eliminate Ukraine as a state. This is their final goal. They can do it in different ways. They're very adaptive in their strategy. Actually, their strategy is to use weak points. So they have end goal, and their strategy is to use weak points. As soon as they see some gaps, they will directly target it. And they saw, and when the Soviet Union collapsed, actually, and you know that for many years we cannot sign with them, actually, the agreement about the acknowledging the territories, because it was constant argue about the Crimea. They were made 2 attempts before it to occupy it. Both of them were then coped by Ukraine. And actually, when they saw the weakness of Ukraine and non-readiness of Ukraine and non-readiness of our partners to protect Crimea, they took it. And yes, military, it's very important. We have a gas layers which cannot be developed and supplied to Europe and Ukraine there. We have like a transportation route. They projected their power to Syria from that. They can influence and on very different regions. They have, due to having Crimea, they actually closed their survival assistance and situational awareness system. So they now have like a huge knowledge about everything what's going on, not only in the Black Sea region. And what they try like with Azov Sea or with Caspian, they try to say, no, 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 this is not sea, this is our internal lake. And the question of Azov Sea, which is not touchable now by many countries, it still will rise up because this is the part of this big conglomerate, and Ukraine considers it to be in international waters and Russia not. And we will see all the types of they will use all the possible ways to control the sea, you know, that they misuse the jamming, they do some spoofing, they have all the time claimed these drills when they cover the big side of the sea. So they will continue to do it in any way. And I think that the only way to stop this, at least for some period, is to come to second Paris Agreement, which we had after the Crimean War. Russia should be prohibited to have a military fleet in Black Sea. So we can stabilize situation there, we can establish the normal operations there, then we'll see what will happen in 50, 70 years after.
Bazat, I'll bring you in at this point because Turkey is, of course, arguably the crucial Black Sea nation, as in it's Turkey that essentially gets to decide who uses the Black Sea. You're custodian of the gates of the Black Sea through the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles. What actually are the limits of the 1936 Montreux Convention? Can Turkey simply decide that Russia can just stop using the Black Sea? Can Turkey forbid Russian ships, commercial and military, from coming and going? I ask that question specifically because, at least according to one recent report in The Atlantic, military aid is still being delivered to Russia on commercial ships which are traveling across the Black Sea.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here in GLOBSEC. And I just want to announce at the outset that we will have Antalya Diplomacy Forum next spring, and we are going to invite all of you to Antalya, and we will continue our discussions. And by that time, I hope things will be much better. Now, with regard to Montreux Convention, we have to first understand that it is a long-standing international convention since 1936. What does it mean? It was also enforced during Second World War. It was also enforced during 2008 Russia-Georgia brief battle over the Black Sea and some regions of Georgia. And it has survived a Second World War, another conflict between Georgia and Russia, and also even since the launch of this invasion in Ukraine, we have triggered the relevant provisions of Montreux Convention after 3 days and closed the straits to the ships of the warring parties. So because of this reason, as you know, we have kept the escalation and tensions under control. This is an escalation management is so important and crucial. The Montreux Convention regulates the passage of vessels of war in a different context and commercial shipping in another context. And we have to also underline the fact that the Turkish straits are not international straits. These are Turkish straits. We have full sovereignty over them, but it's open to international navigation. So the regulation of the vessels of war passage and the commercial shipping are enshrined in the Montreux Convention. And there is also an acquis since 1936, for more than 8 decades. This acquis also is so important. We have implemented the Montreux Convention in full with great care and dedication to its spirit and letter. And we will continue. And because of this reason, you know that the Russian Black Sea Fleet is constrained and contained. So in the context of Black Sea, we have to also understand that NATO allies in the Black Sea, Turkey, Romania, Bulgaria, and also NATO partners, Ukraine, Georgia, when we consider the total coastal length of these countries and also see the Russian legitimate and legal shores, so therefore, except for Crimea, is 1/3 of what we have. So Black Sea is not dominated by Russia. Even, I think Russia has serious problems with regard to freedom of navigation and other maybe rights and privileges in the Black Sea. And also, I would like to conclude by reminding that the NATO Vilnius summit in July enshrined a needed guidance for the whole allies. Paragraph 79 says, the allied regional efforts will uphold safety, security, stability, freedom of navigation, including through Montreux Convention at the Black Sea. And just less than 1 year before the Washington summit, we were able to launch the mine countermeasure Black Sea with Romania, Bulgaria. It was activated on 1st of July, just before the Washington summit, less than a year. These are drifting mines. This is also a real threat to the commercial shipping, and now we are at sea addressing this problem. Thank you.
Tobias, I'll put to you a question which has come up on the screen because I think it does focus the discussion nicely. And I don't know whether to call it a simple question or an incredibly complicated one. I suspect it might be an incredibly complicated question phrased very simply. But the question is, what is the worst case security scenario where the Black Sea is concerned if we think ahead to the next year or so?
Well, firstly, thank you for inviting me here. If I may just comment a little bit on the history of Russia, because it's only when you come to this neck of the woods in Europe do you appreciate that this conflict, the instability in Eastern Europe, isn't just about Ukraine. Ukraine happens to be where the war is. You go to the UK, and there still is this idea that if you lift those restrictions on storm shadows and scalps and so forth, we can conclude, look what they did in Kursk, and we can wrap it up and we can all go home. And the President just touched on this. We need to understand the Russian mindset of what Putin actually wants to do. He is now the most powerful man in Europe, more powerful than Stalin, who he tries to emulate. And it's understanding the Russian mindset, not just Putin's, but what Russia has done in the past. Go back to Ivan the Terrible. He pushed east. Catherine the Great pushed south, actually, into this very area we're talking about. Peter the Great pushed north. And, of course, Stalin pushed west. It's like that game of Risk, if you play that. The green is always hard to defend. How do you defend? You attack. And we've been lucky the last 30 years that since the end of the Cold War, we've got into this perhaps risk-averse place where we think Russia has now joined the international community. It hasn't. That wasn't normal Russian behavior. Russia, Putin, is resorting to type. That's what's happening here. This isn't just about Ukraine. This is about a wider geopolitical plan that Russia and Putin are trying to push. And the motherland does it well because its ability to endure harm is far greater than the West itself. And the Black Sea is actually where it's playing out, absolutely critical. And I think this was a real wake-up call, firstly in the UK, when that invasion took place, of what happened in the Black Sea that triggered a recognition of how important and significant the Ukraine war was. Two events took place. Firstly, when Snake Island was attacked, the warning came through saying, you know, drop your arms, and they said something rather rude, which I can't repeat, but go to hell, I think it was.
Words to that effect.
Words to that effect.
Yeah.
But that echoed around the world to say, hang on a minute, we're going to be defiant. The Ukrainians are going to stand up for their own territory. And it made us look and say, boy, if they're willing to stay and fight and not take that helicopter ride out that was offered to President Zelensky at the very, very start, perhaps we should help them. And then the second big event that then shocked indeed Britain as well is, my goodness, how important Ukraine is to our global economy because of grain. It is a breadbasket, not just of Europe, but of Africa as well. Food prices in the UK jumped up by 15%. Food inflation knocked on, and that hit everybody's pockets because those ships couldn't get out. It was in our interest, not just because it's the right thing to do to support Ukraine, but also because economically it was the important thing to do. And a recognition of how globalization is so intertwined between security and our economy. They are now as one. You must have one if you want the other as well. And what we're seeing in the Black Sea now, first of all, is the determination to create that new maritime passage to be able to get those grain ships out, absolutely crucial. But this bigger picture of defending international seas is something that I'm afraid the West has become too timid to do. And we're seeing it in the Far East with China as well. There needs to be a greater collective ambition and will, determination to actually defend the international rules-based order. The Montreux Convention is part of that, but the rules of the international seas apply also in the Black Sea as well. What are we actually doing about it? We're giving the weapon systems to Ukraine, but actually it's in our interest to be there in some form or other, perhaps with an international treaty, organization, or top cover, but to actually say this isn't Russia's terrain. This isn't Russia's back door that they can actually operate. Why is it that they were the ones that determined the agreement for that first maritime corridor to be created? It's nothing to do with them. It was Ukraine waters into international waters, then through the Bosphorus Straits. Nothing to do with Russia. But then Russia had to be at the table to sign the document itself. We should have looked Putin in the eye and say, no, we're going to create an international corridor. That we're going to actually, not only that, manage it. I suggested that even British naval ships be allowed in there, agreed by Turkey, to protect something which is a humanitarian support for Ukraine. This is all the bigger picture about what Russia's intending to do, but the West also creating a greater Cold War statecraft capability to be able to support Ukraine for the wider stability of Europe.
Mr. President, I know you wanted to jump in there. Just before you do that, once we've heard from him, I do want to see some hands in the audience, so start thinking about questions you may have. Mr. President.
You asked the most important question, the worst-case scenario. Let's think about that. Let me shock you a bit, but I believe this is true, and it's coming, and that's the plan of Putin. Now, go back 30 years ago. Ukraine and Poland, same size, same countries in a way, same GDP. Ukraine was staying into the Russian orbit. Poland started making brave reforms. Today, Poland is just a wonderful, strong, democratic, strong, amazing, free country. Ukraine could be the same. So here is a very simple. Ukraine has just two options, either to be a new Poland or to be a new Belarus. Putin wants Ukraine to be Belarus. What Putin wants is very simple. In their ideology, 200 years ago, back to Nikolai I, it's about the Russian world. It is basically mostly based on Ukraine, Belarus, Russia. It is what he wants, to install a dictator in Ukraine. He prepared one, Medvedchuk, if you remember. So have a dictator like in Belarus, and everybody who is free, democratic, and fights for freedoms will be declared fascist, and then we know what will happen. And then he will annex Belarus and Ukraine to unite the Russian world. Who's next? You will say Estonia, no. Nordic countries, completely no. Those Nordic, Scandinavian countries are so well organized. They're so strong. They're so solidar, and NATO is there. Forget it. It's Moldova. He's already there. The playbook of Putin is there. His agents are there, KGB agents are there, dividing minorities, his propaganda, his oligarchs. We can gamble about the name of the one who will confront Maya Sandu in Moldova. And that's our nightmare. For Romania, Moldova is an extremely important country. That's part of their legacy. Moldovan wants to be free. They want to be, but Putin has a plan. And Moldova will be destabilized. The very easy way for Putin, when it gets worse, for him, is to destabilize Moldova and Bosnia and Herzegovina. And he's preparing that too. That's coming.
Can I just add a quick sentence on that? Because that's absolutely right. If we go back to prior to the invasion itself, Zelensky requested NATO troops to come in. I spoke to a very senior NATO commander. I said, could you do it? He'd already done the paperwork. The staff work was there. 16th Air Assault Brigade, 82nd Airborne, ready to be moved into Ukraine prior to the invasion, because we knew that they were gathering their troops around there to be able to look Putin in the eye and say, bring it on. It would have been that Cuban Missile moment. Absolutely right. And now history is repeating itself with Moldova. Do we dare now create a coalition of the willing, of a stabilization force that can go in and support Moldova today and not wait for things to then unravel as they might do in the future itself? Now, perhaps it won't, but it could. And absolutely, it's in Putin's plans to do so. So let's preempt that by bolstering a NATO capability in Moldova now.
And they also distributed Russian passports there, I mean, in Moldova. So the typical approach, so they have 200,000 Russian citizens, which they're ready to protect in Moldova. So this is like a...
There is a difficulty, though, Tobias, just to pick that up quickly, that Moldova is still constitutionally obliged to neutrality, I think. They can't have foreign troops on their soil. I mean, constitutions, I know...
And look where Finland has moved because of that threat. You know, they've moved there. Norway too, Sweden as well. They've had to recognize the realpolitik here, the change in the threat picture. Moldova can't sit on something like that because, oh, that's who we actually are. The situation has changed, and they recognize that as well. Transnistria, it's all about going back to the Black Sea, the focus of today, which is linking, this is what Russia wanted to do, was charge through Odessa and actually encircle Ukraine so it didn't have any access to the Black Sea whatsoever. And the Belarus example is absolutely right. A buffer between the West, the European Union, these countries that are doing so prosperous, such as where we are today, and then Russia, because if Ukraine was to then prosper by joining the EU and so on, their brothers in Ukraine, in Russia would say, hang on a minute, why haven't we got a bit of that? Why haven't we got that lifestyle? Why haven't we got that prosperity here? Well, it's because of the system. And then, of course, a dictator is threatened by the transparency, the democracy, the accountability that you get with Western construct.
Basa, there's a point here I'd like to bring you on, because given everything we've talked, do you think there is really anything to be gained in maintaining any kind of relationship with Russia among the other Black Sea countries now? I guess what I'm asking, to boil it down to one particular example, in the current context, does it make much sense for Turkey to allow Rosatom to build its nuclear complex at Akuyu? I think Turkey is also still the second largest importer of Russian fossil fuels. Does there need to be, I guess, an understanding that Russia is an enemy to all Black Sea littoral states, or does Turkey still think that there is something to be gained by maintaining a relationship?
Thank you. We never lose hope. We are not going to let the worst case scenario to become a reality. We are totally convinced that we can achieve peace in the Black Sea and in the Euro-Atlantic area, all over the world.
But isn't this a variation on the same mistake Europe made in thinking if we can enmesh Russia in a mutually codependent, economic relationship, then Russia will become, I guess, for want of a less pejorative term, a normal country?
We have to be realistic. Russia is a big country, huge country. It's not going to go anywhere. Russians will prevail. They will live on this earth with us. And the Black Sea is also an area where the people of the Black Sea have been living for centuries. We have seen before also wars, conflicts in this region. They had been settled. This can also be settled. And even when the war was going on, we were also in communication with both Russians and Ukrainians. And also the first grain deal we have achieved was not between Russia and Turkey. It was Russia, Ukraine, United Nations, including Secretary General. And it worked so well. And even today, what the alternative corridor people are talking about is possible because of us again, Bulgaria, Romania, Turkey. And we are the gatekeeper and guardian of not only Montreux Convention, but in its identity, we are also the gatekeeper and guardian of the whole Black Sea. This is geopolitical reality. It has to be respected. That's how we could liberate even the Azov commanders. Our Ukrainian brothers and sisters know it. It would have been unthinkable to release them. They were brought to Turkey, and there were also other prisoners exchanges. And most recently, you remember, 7 planes landed in Ankara in about an hour and bringing different hostages, prisoners from so many parts of the world. Many citizens, even including from here, were exchanged. So therefore, you see, it's possible to have peace peaceful solutions as the war continues. It's the legitimate war for Ukraine. It's their self-legitimate defense. No problem. But it is an illusion to think that Russia is going to be beaten, defeated strategically. We need to be realistic. So we are keeping the Black Sea safe and secure for all of you, because those who are asking for more war, more, in fact, increasing the dimensions of the war, both in terms of geography and in terms of methods used, which means even it can go up to tactical nuclear weapons. It cannot be taken lightly. So we are really taking it very seriously, and we are not going to give up from our efforts to achieve peace in the Black Sea region. And we cannot also forget what happened in 2013-14 in Syria, for example. 5 million Syrians came to Turkey, and you know what happened in Libya. And where were our allies in Syria and Libya? Where were they, and what were they doing? They were not supporting our efforts. We were left alone there. So they are not unrelated. What happened in Syria, what happened in North Africa, what happens now in Indo-Pacific, Asia-Pacific, in the Euro-Atlantic, in high north. It was in a region, high north, low tension. It's going to be high tension, maybe low north, with the melting down of the icebergs. Thank you.
Alina, am I right in assuming Ukraine may have a slightly less nuanced view? That the idea that Russia is still going to be a constructive partner?
Yeah, I have no doubts that they won't, but this is fine for me to have a discussion with our friends, and that's how the democracy works. I would like to add something to what you've been told about geopolitical reality, and I think that part of this picture is that NATO and EU still don't want to look at the problems which they have in their relations with Turkey, and it's time to solve it. It's time to start discussions about what are the role of Turkey and what are the interests of Turkey, and finally, not forget but solve this issue which is unsolved for many decades already. Yes, because Turkey is an important part of European community. Turkey is an important player in the Black Sea and in regional security. About Russia, yes, they never had in their history, as it was said by Mr. President, the democracy, and they don't want it. And I think that here, what I heard on different panels, many politicians saying, yes, we need to take off these rouge glasses from our eyes about Russia and start to see the reality. At the same time, we saw how passionate audience was yesterday about Karamurza's speech. Again, saying about great culture, about bad Putin, about good Russians. This is, some kind of two different behaviors in one audience. And I think that we need to look at the history. We need to accept that Russia has its own way, and this is not about Putin. Putin is a result of the requests of the population. This is how they want to live. If they want to live like that, leave it to them. I mean, that what Ukraine can influence and can do, to be ready, to be prepared, to have strong alliances, to have friends, to understand plan A and plan B. And this is where we can change the situation. But we cannot change Russia. Forget about that. This is them. Accept it.
Mr. President, there's an aspect of securing the Black Sea that we haven't discussed yet, which I did want to put to you, because I think Bulgaria is an interesting test case in getting publics of the littoral states to understand what the stakes actually are here. Because in Bulgaria in particular, one recent survey found that support for NATO in Bulgaria is still only at 40%, though that is up from 28% before this phase of Russia's war in Ukraine started. You had pro-Russian parties polling nearly 20% in the elections in June. There are new elections in October, and one of those parties has since imploded in the way that these slightly feral parties often tend to end up doing. But there is still some sort of buy-in, certainly in Bulgaria, noticeably much less so than in Romania, for Russian disinformation and for the Russian narrative. Why do you think that is? Where does that come from?
absolutely agree with you. And you can always compare Bulgaria, Romania, but also Bulgaria and Serbia. And then you understand a lot. OK, you have the historical background, what's going on in my country. But basically, what's going on in my country is the same what's going on all over European Union. Unfortunately, populists are marching on the streets. They're capturing our capitals. They're poisoning our democracies. That's what's happening in Hungary. That's happening in Slovakia. That's what's happening even in my country, as actually populist parties are gaining momentum, getting people's votes. And if you monitor very closely those populistic parties, most of them are very pro-Russian. Some of them are funded by Russia, not all of them. It's not a scandal for the French that Marine Le Pen got a credit from VTB Bank, which we call the KGB bank. It's not a problem for the French. And you see that also in Bulgaria, Serbia, all over European Union. So by knowing that this is the case, it's very important for the pro-European forces. And that's why I'm so desperate about my country, because if you look at the numbers, 75% of Bulgarians vote pro-European, 25% vote pro-Russian. That's a good number, but the pro-European forces are so divided. They can't talk to each other. And that's my drama, because actually the Bulgarians, if you look, Bulgarians, 85% say European is something very nice. 40% of the Bulgarians say NATO, but do you know what's the rating of Putin? Let me give you very interesting numbers. Day before war in Ukraine starts, rating of Putin in Bulgaria, rating of Putin in Serbia. Countries alike, very close to each other, same locations. Putin rating Serbia, 65%. Putin's rating in Bulgaria, 50%. He launches the war. 1 month after, Putin's rating in Bulgaria, in Serbia, increases from 65 to 85%. In Bulgaria, goes down from 50 to 25. Today is below 20. So that tells you something about the Bulgarians, that are peaceful people. And they saw who's bombing, who's killing. They don't like that. So we should use that momentum. But for God's sake, I appreciate and play for the Bulgarian now acting leaders, the pro-European come together and understand today's divisions in the world, but also in Bulgaria, even in the United States, is Democrats, populists. Democrats, please come together, fight populists.
Do we have any questions from the floor? Do we have any hands from any curious, enthusiastic audience members anywhere? We do not. I shall then carry on. Tobias, you raised earlier the prospect, as may have been, of the Royal Navy being deployed to the Black Sea to shepherd grain ships back and forth from Ukraine's ports. If we think in terms of securing the Black Sea for the future, is it just a question of the littoral states in particular having bigger navies, or does that potentially create as many problems as it solves?
Yeah, I mean, you have navies to do a job, and offering the Royal Navy isn't just Britain coming in on our own. We would never do that. Those days are long gone, where we wander around the world and do things with our Navy. What we try and do in today's world is to be an exemplar, is to look at a situation, a challenge, a problem, and provide a solution and say, follow us, join us, and we can provide a pragmatic, peaceful solution. So the Royal Navy would be willing to step forward, but as part of an international coalition that is legal to defend international shipping. And that's what should have happened. But we didn't. We blinked again because we were too conscious, too risk-averse, because Putin has got nuclear weapons. This goes to the bigger geopolitical direction of where our world is going. It is splintering into spheres of influence. I see there's a question on your board there about China's influence in supporting Russia. And I'm sorry to say this, but everybody knows this. I'll say it. It's not the elephant in the room. But why are we here in this beautiful city and not in Bratislava? Well, the reason is because that country has taken a different view on Ukraine. And it would then be awkward for us to have these discussions in Bratislava when they've decided, the Prime Minister decided, no more weapon systems, no more ammunition, no more support to Ukraine. Now, what happened there? Did Putin make a phone call? Was there pressure on? I'm about to go to Georgia this afternoon for another conference there. That's had 2 chunks taken out of it by Russia. And what's Georgia doing now? It's now stepping back from having any support of Ukraine. And there's a concern here that Russia, backed by China, is developing an axis that is so powerful that people are too scared to want to challenge it. They just say, fine, I'm going to take not a neutral, but a neutral. I'm going to back away. Much of the global south is not interested in supporting our rules-based order because they don't know where the world is going to go. And Libya was mentioned, I think, but Somalia, Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, all these countries are countries that the West has dabbled into to try and help and support. Fatigue then grew, and then we departed, and we've left these countries in chaos. The inability for us to see a challenge coming over the hill and offer solutions before they are too big, I'm afraid has allowed those who wish to exploit that the space in which to do exactly that. And that's what Putin has done. I'm sure it's the retreat from Afghanistan that was the trigger for Putin to say, I'm going to crack on here. I'm going to have my buffer zone with Belarus and Ukraine, because I know the West will condemn it, but they won't do much more than that. And the timidity that we showed, we talked about defensive weapons, if you remember, at the very, very beginning. Oh, we can't send anything that might be offensive. And I'm pleased that Britain actually pushed the bar, in offering NLAWs, offering main battle tanks, training Ukrainian troops, and then the missile systems as well. Had they had all that at the very beginning, we probably would be talking about a different scenario. But I stress it's not about Ukraine. Ukraine is doing the fighting for us. This is about a bigger geopolitical challenge that we've not really woken up to, of what Putin, backed by China, and now with Iran doing its thing in the Middle East as well. It's the erosion of our global order that we've allowed to happen because we've become too complacent since the end of the Cold War.
There's a couple of questions about naval power I do want to get into and what role it can play in securing the Black Sea. And Alina, I'll put this to you because it is something that Ukraine has been understandably proud of during this war, that it has basically won a battle at sea without actually having a navy of its own. Have we learnt from Ukraine? Because obviously Ukraine is thinking about how it will defend itself once this war is over. Is naval power going to be a big part of that, or has Ukraine spent 2.5 years demonstrating to the rest of us, as well as Russia, that naval power, as we once understood it, might be a bit overrated?
No, it's not overrated. It should be. It's like must-have, and Ukraine actually has adopted the maritime security strategy, where we declare that we are a maritime nation and we will project our interests in the Black Sea and above, because we saw what does it mean isolation when we try to isolate our mind only to Ukraine and to understand how we will protect our, lands, and that's it. Sea is extremely crucially important for Ukraine from the point of view of economy. We have 40% of our economy before war connected to the sea transportation. You saw all the troubles with transportation which happened. So that's not the issue. Well, I sometimes hear that after the war, Crimea would be demilitarized. No, it won't be. I mean, that it would be a serious military power, with, of course, the components of normal economy, but it's always for next hundreds of years would be something where the Navy would be based, because we cannot let ourselves to have the same. About the Ukrainian strategy, yes, obviously we in situation when we need to invent something asymmetric, and we do understand that we cannot build up ships, and even those which were built up, we cannot deliver, and if we can deliver them, we cannot protect them from the Russian attacks, so it has no sense. We invented these drones, and I think that this is the beginning, and this is something which changed very much the future war for all the nations. You see how important drones are here, and how this robotics war influenced the picture. And yes, this demonstrated that even having less power, less money, less people, but being inventive, you can win the war in the sea. And I hope that the next our step would be to have a balance in air. And that's very realistic tasks, which we pay the high price. But I think that it's something which should be immediately learned by our partners, because it's cheap, it's quite effective. And I know that, for example, Taiwan is not only watching, but they already started to modernize their naval component, because for them it seems to give the answer for the question which has no answer before. And it somehow balanced the possibilities of the big states and smaller political states. And I think it will make the world more, I don't know, right-ordered, let's say, when all the voices of all the nations can be heard. Because what we see now, the whole world is just orienting at the stronger Russia, because they have a nukes. Ukrainians can create nukes. Of course, this is one of the jokes, that if the government will say create nukes, in 2 days we will have it. We can do everything. But I don't think that this is the right way to go. I think that the right way to go to balance the systems.
Buzz, it prompts a question for Turkey, though, which currently is the dominant naval presence in the Black Sea. Would Turkey be reasonably relaxed, do you think, about the idea of other countries, even Turkey's allies, emerging as Black Sea powers? Do you foresee there being any prospect of rivalry among non-Russian Black Sea countries at some point?
I have to refer to what I had said at the beginning. We have set up a guidance agreed by 32 allies at the level of heads of government and state. In the Black Sea, the allied regional efforts will be in the lead for safety, stability, security, freedom of navigation. As long as this war continues, we are not going to let anybody to upset this strategic balance in the Black Sea and to escalate unnecessarily and dangerously this conflict over the Black Sea areas. This war is not a sea battle. There are little sea battles, drones, but that's all. So we have to be realistic. If UK has additional ships to deploy, they can do so in the rest of the world. There are huge oceans. They need to be cared. So I think you should trust the Black Sea allies that we are capable of providing this security and safety and stability in the Black Sea. Turkish Navy has a submarine, has a maritime patrol aircraft, has surface ships, drones, every day, every night, patrolling the Black Sea. Feel comfortable. We know what is going on there. Look at elsewhere, because there are other problems which have to be addressed. And also, I have to reply the question to Akkuyu, because I missed this. And Akkuyu was a project started long before the war in Ukraine. We are going to have a second and third nuclear power plants. If our allies are really concerned about our business with Russia, they will be most welcome to make offers for the second, third, fourth, fifth nuclear power plants. We have also diversified our energy supplies. We provide 57% of our energy from renewables. We get oil and gas from all over the world. We have 5 LNG terminals. You remember when the war started, Germany had nothing, zero. We had anticipated problems in the future and built 5 LNG terminals. So we are the largest importer of US also LNG. And if you look at others like India, the maybe most profitable business of oil is happening in Russia and India and China. So we are so comfortable and feeling in peace in this case. Thank you.
Tobias, I know you wanted to jump in there as well. We've got about 50 seconds left, so if you could add a kind of valedictory tinge to whatever you wanted to say, that will get us there nicely.
Yeah, I think we've covered some important questions that need to be answered today and not and left for the future. I would just say, as a maritime nation, the United Kingdom, 95% of our stuff arrives by sea. 95% of our data comes by sea as well. So us protecting the international seas is ever more important because of this changing character of conflicts. And that's what we're seeing in Ukraine. It's just not military might on the battlefield itself. It's everything in the grey zone as well. And that is what Russia is particularly good at. You could argue that Russia is actually at war with the West. In fact, I think easily to say so. Certainly they're at war with Britain. We've had assassinations in Britain by Russia. We've had cyber attacks weekly, almost daily, from Russia. We've had espionage and sabotage and so forth from Russia as well. That all happens. That is the grey zone warfare that is taking place. We're already in a Cold War, but unlike the last. And we're sliding into a world war, but unlike the last. A world at war with lots of small conflicts, but mostly in the grey zone, and we haven't woken up to that yet.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you all for your attention. That is the end of today's discussion. There are refreshments in the foyer. The final session of GLOBSEC 2024, the splendidly optimistically entitled Russia Beyond Putin, will start at 12:10, so do stick around for that. But for now, thanks very much to our panelists.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a short delay before the final session, a short delay.
Hello, bonjour, ahoy. Last night, the 13th edition of the Czech and Slovak Transatlantic Awards were held at the Prague Castle, with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen accepting the award, as well as Czech diplomat Martin Povéšil being posthumously recognized for his efforts in Czechia's integration into NATO and the European Union. And here are the highlights from day 2. We started with opening remarks by Czech Foreign Minister Jan Lipavsky, followed on by a high-level panel focusing on countering Russia's hybrid threats. Staying on the Havel stage, the PMs of Denmark and Albania, as well as the President of Finland, did a deep dive on Europe's opportunities, risks, and the road ahead. Shifting to the Schwarzenberg stage, a diverse mix of European voices from the Czech Republic, Montenegro, Slovenia, and Sweden look to the future and the key priorities for the EU's new leadership. Front and center on the Albright stage, high-level interventions from government, multinational organizations, and the private sector delved into what a new era of European defense industry encompasses and how to get there. GLOBSEC President Robert Vass led a thought-provoking discussion on strategic leadership with the Finnish president, who also participated in a GLOBSEC Young Leaders Forum roundtable. Outside of Europe, a critical discussion surrounding flashpoints in East Asia yielded valuable takeaways, with Simon Birmingham, Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs and Senator for South Australia, speaking with the GLOBSEC Young Leaders Forum. A sober reality check about conditions on the ground in Ukraine blended views on the current battle space and next steps for Kiev, as well as its allies. A spirited back and forth on the Western Balkans EU ascent took center stage, with talks revolving on how to build trust and cooperation that will bring the region closer to the EU. To end the day on the Havel stage, in his first interview since being released from prison in Russia, Vladimir Kara-Murza, vice president of the Free Russia Foundation, outlined in detail the circumstances of his arrest by Putin's regime, the torture he underwent, and the long-lasting health issues he still suffers from. Don't go anywhere. There are still big names to be heard from and big waves to be made. Check us out online and see you on day 3.
moderator for the final session, Valerie Hopkins.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to see an almost full house for the last and final, but I'm told most optimistically titled panel, Russia Beyond Putin. Before I invite the speakers to the stage, I would like to remind you that one of them will be speaking in Russian, so all of you should have headsets. If it's not working, try to switch it on and select channel 1. That'll be Russian to English translation. And now it's an honor to invite our speakers to the stage. We have Mikhail Khodorkovsky. We have, yes. Mr. Khodorkovsky is the co-founder of the Russian Anti-War Committee. Please come and take a seat next to me. Roland Freudenstein, who's the director of the Free Russia Foundation's Brussels office. And Mikhail Zygar, who is a columnist for Der Spiegel and the author of 4 wonderful books. Please have a seat. We already started out having a very interesting and quite robust, I would say, debate in the speakers' room. And I hope it's my intention that we can continue that and have a lot of interactive back and forth on this stage before I invite what I assume will be numerous questions from the audience. We'll already be taking them on Slido, and I will also open it up to the audience to ask some questions. I think, Mikhail Borisovich, I would like to start with you. I was in Paris when the news of the prisoner exchange was announced. I rushed to Bonn for the very first press conference, and the very first question that I received from my editors before any of the recently released members of the Russian opposition were even allowed to, or had even made any public statements, was, what does this mean? Will this reinvigorate the Russian opposition? And I wanted to ask you, what can and cannot be expected of the Russian opposition in exile? Not only the recently released people, but also those who have been working already from abroad for many, many years. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I am very happy for the opportunity to speak here, and I'll give a few seconds to those who don't speak Russian to put their headsets on. The Russian opposition, just like any normal people, we were very happy that people who are innocent will be freed. And of course, we all hope that the released prisoners will return, obviously, to their personal lives, which is extremely important, but that they will also continue working with us. What can the Russian opposition do, and what is it doing, and what should you not expect from the Russian opposition? We need to understand that we are dealing with a totalitarian regime. A regime that is ready to use armed forces not only on their neighbors but also against their own citizens. So do not expect for now the opposition to oppose this regime in a military way. What we can do and what we are doing is counter-propaganda and forming a vision for the future. This is a very practical task. So obviously everyone understands what counter-propaganda is, but the vision for the future, it may sound a bit abstract, but it's really not. See, the people in Russia need to understand that there are alternatives to what has been happening in the country for some 25 years. And they need to understand how this alternative can be achieved. And this should not be some secret knowledge. It should be something that will be, for the people, as easy to understand as in the late 80s, when the people in the former Soviet Union said, we want to live like people live in the West. But how did they know how people live in the West? Well, because they were told, they were convinced that this is good and this is right. Today, when I meet and talk with young Russians, some of them don't fully understand and appreciate that many of the freedoms and opportunities that they still have are a result of the fact that this dream of living like the Westerners live came to be.
Ask you to respond to that a little bit. I mean, you are also a Russian citizen. Do you feel represented by the Russian opposition currently? And what would you like to see from them more? What would you like to see from them less?
You know, we found ourselves in a very new situation, I would say, a couple of years ago, after so many Russians left the country. I think maybe that's a bit of a stretch, but I think that we really have two Russias now. We have outer Russia and inner Russia, and the outer Russia is as big as any European country. We have much more than 3 million people living outside. We are not sure that they share the same values, but for sure we do have some democratic institutions that unify somehow all Russians living in this world and some of our compatriots in the inner Russia. And the independent media are the most important. I would say for now we don't have real Russian opposition is yet to show its capacities and its capabilities. But for now, we have independent media are as the only pillars of Russian society, because they unify, they create the cultural code, they create the agenda, they create the set of values for those Russians who hate Putin, who want Ukraine to win, who want this war to stop and Russia to become normal, decent, democratic country. And we have a lot of such people, and they are mostly unified by the independent media. Somehow they could be treated as some kind of political parties in Russia, and I think most Russians, for now, are represented by those independent journalists who are trying to work, and I think it's really very unique situation. And we have a lot of, as journalists, I do not consider myself to be a politician, but I love what Mr. Khodorkovsky said about the attempt to make some vision of the future. I see my mission as completely different. My personal mission is to create the vision of the past, because I'm an author who writes about history, and I think that's extremely important to try to create another historical narrative, because we know that traditional historical narrative of Russia has been used to justify this war, has been used as a part of the propagandist campaign. And actually, we don't have any Russian history which is not a propagandist one. For ages, it has been some false version that created the imperial construct of Great Russia, and it's right time to start demolishing it, to start debunking all those myths. Those myths were not created by RT or by Putin. They were created many centuries ago. And we like to start thinking about the future of new Russia. We have to create completely different perception of ourselves. And we are right in the beginning of this work, and a lot needs to be done. We have, I hope, I'm rather optimistic about our capabilities, but it's going to be needed decades of work to re-educate a lot of people, to convince that we should change our perception. It's not only about Putin. It's about each of us. It's about how we see ourselves, our history, how we see history of Russian peoples, not even Russian people, not even Russian state, but like a lot of different nationalities who were, their histories, their stories were stolen by the Russian Empire, and we need to give them their voices back. So I think we have a lot of work.
Indeed, and I mean, you started a lot of that work with your book, War and Punishment, which was excellent. Roland, I want to turn to you. I mean, we have two figures from Russian opposition on stage, and you are representing liberal-minded opposition Russians in Brussels. What are the real tensions and frictions when you discuss with policymakers in Brussels? What is it that EU institutions or those who are setting the Russia policy do and don't understand about Russian opposition today, and are there any fair or unfair expectations in your mind of them?
Okay, there are certainly expectations. Well, first of all, thanks for having me, and I'm really honored to be in your company. I want to go back to something I experienced in the 1980s, because I'm that old, working with Polish Democrats in exile, and also traveling to Poland, because that was possible at the time, under communism, and working with the underground and with Polish Democrats in Poland. But many of my West German compatriots at the time, in the mid-1980s, would ask me, Roland, your Polish friends, they seem to have a lot of time, they talk a lot, they write a lot, they're totally disunited, they have no universally recognized leader, they're losing contact with their home country, by the way. If anything ever changes in Poland, no one knows what kind of role they will be playing in that process, and 10% of them are agents anyway. Does that sound familiar? And that's an answer, that's a response I get from some people in Brussels when I talk to them about the necessity and the benefits of working with pro-democracy Russians today. And, you know, my answer to that is, maybe except for some very special cases like some Baltic countries and their exile communities during the Cold War, but with that exception, show me one opposition in exile that is really united, has a universally recognized leader, is in full touch with their home country, and so on, and so on, and so on. And besides that, today there is YouTube, and there are social media, and there are possibilities to stay in touch in a way that was completely impossible during the Cold War. So, coming back to Brussels, and this is the last part of my answer, you have a whole spectrum of reactions among Brussels stakeholders. In the European Parliament, for example, it's very positive. The benefits of working together with Russian Democrats, planning for a post-Putin future, and improving the sanctions regime, and helping Ukraine also through cooperation with pro-democracy Russians, all this is clear to most of them in the European Parliament. When you come to some member state representatives, that is not so clear. And I have this painful feeling that sometimes pro-democracy Russians have the wrong enemies or the wrong critics and the wrong friends. What I mean is that if you look at many representatives of Eastern flank countries and Nordics and Baltics and Poland, there is a fundamental distrust coming back to exactly the prejudices that I was just quoting from the 1980s from my West German compatriots. And the tragedy is that the very descendants, so to speak, of the Polish dissidents today are extremely wary about the viability of working with Russian Democrats. And then you have wrong friends, if I may say so, many West Europeans, who are the people that helped to bring about this completely pathological relationship between Western countries and the Putin regime. And since they cannot throw themselves into the arms of Putin anymore, they throw themselves into the arms of any Russian that walks along the street, which is the wrong motivation. They should like our people because they're Democrats, not because they're ethnic Russians. That's not the point. So I think pro-democracy Russians should actively work against these two tendencies and should be reminding those false friends that, listen, we're in a global struggle for democracy, and we Russian Democrats are part of this global struggle. And we should reinforce our efforts to convince the Eastern flank countries and their representatives that it is really far-sighted and to the benefit of us all to work with pro-democracy Russians.
Mikhail Borisovich, how do those sound to you? I wanted also to ask you, it's been 921 days. What do you assess as the strengths and the weaknesses of the Western response to Russia? And we've seen a reignition now of the debate about sanctions, whether they should be highly targeted towards the elite or have a much broader consequences on ordinary Russians and the population. What do you advise people when you go around having meetings with Western officials?
Well, there is no disagreement on the inside and with the West about whether sanctions are effective. They are. They are not effective in ways that was expected, but they do affect what is happening a lot. But when it comes to communication and goals, this is, I believe, something that the West needs to reassess. I understand that there are many people who think it would be good if Russia simply didn't exist. But that will not happen. Whatever the setup will be in the next decades that we can look forward to, in the next decades the West will have to coexist with Russia, with 140 or 120 millions of Russians. It doesn't matter what the exact number is, it's a lot of people. Now, putting yourself against this nation is wrong, even if this nation is going against the West. For instance, people say, oh, how can you believe that this war is led by Putin, that the Russians play no part in it? My response is, well, I know what the polls look like. I know how many Russians support the war today for whatever reasons, and there are many. But from the pragmatic standpoint, should I or should the West be saying that we are at war with the Russian nation? No, we should not be saying that. That would be a mistake. You know what the commanders learn when they first come into the army? Never yell at the entire corps. Do not yell at your soldiers when they are lined up. If you want to affect one soldier, make him take 2 steps to the front and talk to that soldier. Because when they are all lined up, any people, when they line up, they feel protected. And if the rhetoric is going to say we are against the Russians, well, the Russians really won't care. So it's very important to clearly separate the Russian people from the Russian decision makers. We need to say that we are at war with the decision makers. Then, when the situation will change, and it will, you will still have the opportunity to prevent another war or the continuation of the current war. So this is one mistake that the West makes. Another mistake that the West makes regularly is trying to find a good Tsar for Russia. This Tsar is bad, we'll find a different Tsar, he'll be A-OK, great. This is a fundamental mistake. The super-centralized Russian government will always be aggressive. Because when you have an enemy that's on the outside, that is what allows this super-centralization to exist and to continue. And if we want Russia to stop being aggressive, what we need to do is to convince people, which is what the opposition is doing. We need to convince the Russians that federalization is necessary, a parliamentary republic is necessary, that there needs to be some sort of system of balances and counterbalances. So basically the elements of decentralization. We are not talking about dismantling the country. That's dangerous. We are talking about decentralization. And this is something that the Russians can very well understand. This is something you can work with. And the last thing I think the West needs to think about is that when the situation will start changing in Russia, and it will start very soon from the historical perspective, 5 or 10 years from the historic perspective, that's basically tomorrow. Now, when that happens, the West will not have any control over what will happen in Russia. But there will be some sort of an influence, 10 to 15%. And the West needs to understand how to use this influence, and they will need to act fast, not getting stuck thinking and being like, oh, we should take action now, oh, it's over. If the West started acting when this full-scale war began, if it started acting the way it acts now, the war would have been over long ago. And this is a mistake that cannot be repeated when the changes do start happening in Russia.
About the first part of Mikhail Borisovich's intervention and Misha about the second, right? So, Roland, why don't you jump in?
Okay, thanks, Valerie. First of all, totally in agreement with this question of course, the West is not at war with every single Russian. On the other hand, you know, this is not just Putin's war. So it's complicated. The reality, the truth is somewhere in the middle. There are hundreds of thousands, millions of Russians who are cooperating with this massive aggression, with the war crimes and so on, and committing them also. So it is really, really complex. But collective guilt as a concept was actually dismissed by World War II allies after 1945. They were talking about treating every German as guilty for the crimes that had been perpetrated by Germans and also by ordinary Germans in World War II. And at the end, the decision led by the United States in 46, 47 was the concept of collective guilt is counterproductive to the attempt, to the effort to build a viable democracy in West Germany after the war. And that is with all historical differences, that is a guideline here. But, now I'm coming to the sanctions. The purpose of the sanctions is not to punish Russia or to punish the Russian people. The purpose is to reduce Putin's ability and Russia's ability to fight Ukraine, to annihilate Ukraine, to wage this war. And yes, there is collateral damage that has consequences for every Russian. But that cannot be the first concern of the people who came up with the sanctions. And the first concern at the moment should be how to make them work better by preventing circumvention, by preventing using third countries to export banned goods like semiconductors and machine tools and whatever. And of course also how to further reduce the raw material imports that are still happening from Russia to European Union and NATO member countries. So to sum it all up, when it comes to the Western reaction and lack of strategy, you said that in the run-up to this debate.
I'll continue that.
Yeah, but look, the glass is half full. I mean, we would, on 24th of February 2022, we would, in our worst scenarios, we were imagining a much, much worse situation than we have now, with a relative unity of the West, with a relative functioning of the sanctions, I insist on that, and with a nevertheless largely successful support of Ukraine. We can argue whether it was enough, whether it is enough, and whether it should be faster, and so on. But by and large, the West is pretty united here.
I will open it up to audience questions, but first I want to give you a chance to respond.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
I think you are both right. But when you mention our conversation about lack of strategy, I think that there is lack of strategy on Russia. And there should be also like strategy on Ukraine, strategy on Eastern Europe, and strategy on Russia. And that's exactly what Mr. Khodorkovsky was talking about. I perfectly remember the first days of the full-scale invasion and the first months of full-scale invasion. All of my sources, all of top Russian businessmen and some Russian bureaucrats were in panic. They were expecting collapse to happen really soon. They were talking, I remember a huge investment banker based in Moscow who told me that he won't be able to fly within Russia because he was expecting the planes to crash down, because obviously Boeing and Airbus would not be providing the parts for the airplanes. And what do we have now? Gabon is #1 exporter of the parts for Airbus and Boeing airplanes for Russia, and there is no shortage of any technologies, including Western technologies. Yeah, there are technologies from China, and every second taxi in Moscow is a Chinese vehicle, but the Western technology is still coming. So probably that, but what's important, there were a lot of people right in the beginning of the full-scale invasion. A lot of Russian businessmen, a lot of representatives of Russian middle class who were really terrified by the war, who really wanted to speak up, to oppose, who were dreaming of leaving Russia, of fleeing to the West, who were willing to donate to Ukrainian army and to support Ukraine. And I know a lot of people who had to come back. That was not the part of the plan. That was just no plan. Somehow those people could not stay in Europe, could not go to the West because they found their bank accounts frozen because of their Russian passport. There was, obviously, it was very hard to make that strategy, how to attract potential allies, how not to push them towards Putin. It was really hard to create that strategy in 2022. I think it's right time to create the strategy now, because it's still, probably it's late, but it's not too late. Still, there are a lot of people who are exhausted, a lot of people in Russia who hate this war, who do not believe that Putin is going to win, and they are sometimes, when I'm reading the interviews of Russian businessmen in the foreign media, like they seem like the signals from sleeping cell, and they are waiting for some conditions to defect to the West. They want that, and I think the strategy how to split Russian elite, how not to let Putin control all and suppress all those mid-level businessmen or larger businesses, and help them to start fighting against him. I think that kind of strategy is needed. And when we're speaking about the Russian people, the Russian society, obviously, we know that about any nation in the world, it's very diverse. When we speak about Russian people, at least we have two Russian peoples. We have two generations of Russians, and they're really different. People who were born and raised in the Soviet Union, people of Putin's generation, more or less, and the younger post-Soviet generation, they are completely culturally different. I have only one example about the recent survey, how Russian society, what Russian society wants to do with LGBT people. And it's very clear that people elder than 50, 60% of them want death penalty. Just kill them all. People younger than 50, 60% of them are for equal rights. They want same-sex marriages to be legalized. So the gap, the generation gap is that big. People who were born and raised after the collapse of Soviet Union, they were not educated in troubled neighborhoods. They don't have the gulag values of the older generations. They had internet since their high school. They share the same, a lot of them share the same values. So inside Russia, there are so many different societies, and one of them is very different from the Andropov's or Soviet-minded Putin's generation.
We have a lot of fascinating questions coming in on Slido. I wanted to turn also to the audience. I'm sure there are going to be a lot of very interesting questions. Okay, I see two up front, one over here and one over here. Let's start with this one. But we only have a few minutes left, obviously, so I would encourage everyone to keep their answers brief.
Thank you so much. My name is Miranda Mushkina. I'm from Ukraine. I was on GLOBSEC last year. Mikhail Khodorkovsky was talking a lot about repentance that year. This year we are talking about strategy. This year we are talking more about basically having separated Russian people from Putin's war. So you criticized the lack of strategy from the West. So what is the strategy, the communication strategy of the opposition? You are the voice. You are the voice that has the main stages in Europe and the States. How do you approach your people? It's not for the West to have a strategy. You are Russians. This is your country. How can you ensure what the messages you can build to actually reach out to those people who, as Mikhail Khodorkovsky said, Mikhail Zygar said, that are waiting for the changes or are still not supporting the war but living in Russians. It's been 2.5 years since full-scale invasion and over 10 years since annexation of Crimea and eastern Ukraine. So please elaborate on the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Please try to keep your answers brief so we can address a lot of questions.
This is a question that we in our groups, both opposition and media groups, keep thinking about every day, how to deliver this message. And we are always tailoring the message to the audience. The media that I work with, that's roughly 60 million views a month from Russia. That's what we get. And of course, our actions are not always successful, but we do what we can with what we have.
Just a short answer. I started with that. On the first year of the full-scale invasion, I personally wrote the book which is called War and Punishment, and it addresses Russian imperial history. And so I see my mission in destruction of traditional Russian historian myths. I know that it's going to take us decades to make that idea popular in Russia, but we have started. I think that's one of the missions that have to be fulfilled.
While you mentioned history, there's a very interesting question from Alina Frolova on Slido asking what in Russian history or today makes you think the population wants to be a democracy? I don't know if you would also address that very briefly.
We have a lot of different, in traditional propaganda's historical narrative that is fake. Russia has always been a monstrous empire, but it is fake. So Russia is rather new country. It's like Russian Empire is there for 300 years. So Russian history is approximately the same long as American history, for example. And yes, there was period of autocracy. Before that, there were different Russias and different types of states within the same Russian Empire. The current Russia, there was Golden Horde, which was a tyranny, and there was Novgorod Republic, which was in several in medieval centuries. It was one of the largest, almost democratic countries in Europe, and it looked like Venetian Republic. So we have a lot of different traditions. They are not known to the population of Russia. They were suppressed by the official historiography. Actually, in the same way, we have a history of Russian dissidents fighting, and actually Russian culture. Leo Tolstoy was the spiritual leader of Russian opposition in the end of 19th century, and all of his political works and political essays are not known to our compatriots, but actually he was really important. He was the person who influenced the Russian Revolution of 1917, and most of the members of the provisional government were his students. So we still have a lot of material to work with.
We have about 5 minutes left, and please keep the questions brief. I did see your hand also first.
Thank you. Violeta Pashutina, Liberal Political Party Voice. My question is, are you ready to support Ukraine's ask to allow to use wide-range weapons upon Russian territory? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm not Russian here, but like replicating the Western debate, it's to all true friends of liberty and those who want to help Ukraine win the war. Yes, that is a necessary measure, and it's unavoidable. If you want Ukraine to win the war, you have to remove the caveats on missiles and airstrikes into Russian territory. That's all I can say.
Mikhail Borisovich.
Well, since we are the guilty ones, we are the ones with the broken arm, I can say I would be welcoming a surgeon coming in with a knife, but I understand why he would.
I definitely want Russian state to be defeated, and I definitely support. There are a lot of things that I support. I support the necessity of closing the Ukrainian airspace and not allowing Russian missiles to bomb Kyiv, and like a lot needs to be done. Not only what you've mentioned, much more.
Thanks. I want to respect all the people that submitted on Slido and even took the time to vote and like different questions. So I want to take Simon Radford's question. Liberal parties have always polled poorly, and support has been consigned to intelligentsia. What is the ideological makeup of a viable opposition? I don't know who wants to answer that first. Perhaps Mikhail Borisovich.
На мой взгляд, в России после Путина.
Well, I think the post-Putin Russia will be based on 4, let's say, pillars. First, we will have a liberal democratic opposition, we'll have the left-leaning opposition, which is mixing with the Liberal Democrats somewhat. There will be nationalist opposition, and there will be this separate element, let's call it bureaucratic opposition. This is, I think, the four elements that we can expect to make up the public opinion or affect the public opinion after the Putin regime is gone.
We don't know that. We don't have any proper statistics because for decades the main target of Russian regime and of Russian propaganda were so-called liberals. If they don't care about liberals, if liberals are so weak and so not important, why they, like, that was the only goal of all the prosecution. They were attacking liberal politicians, liberal media, all 25 years of Putin's reign. And if we read Russian propagandists right now, you know, that's, there is a Russian joke. I was running behind you for 3 days and 3 nights just to tell you that I'm indifferent to you. That's what they do. So I guess that in future, we saw that when Soviet Union was collapsing. We saw all those huge pro-democracy protest rallies in Moscow and in other cities of the former Soviet Union. That time, at least, there was no doubt that democratic ideas were really popular among wide range of Russian population.
Thanks. Roland, do you want to make some wrap-up comments or respond to what you've heard?
Look, when it comes to strategy, the military victory of Ukraine and the defeat of Russia is a maybe insufficient, but definitely necessary precondition for any positive change in Russia. It's no guarantee. Putin could even survive, at least for a limited amount of time, a military defeat. But if there is territorial gains, for example, in some kind of deal, ceasefire and peace deal with Ukraine, if there is anything that Putin can sell as a gain, he will stay in power longer. And that has to be our supreme goal at the moment to prevent such a situation. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Well, this is the second year running that I have moderated a panel, I think, under this title, also with Mikhail Borisovich. Let's see if we will all meet again on this stage next year to discuss these questions, or if they will be different a bit. I'd like to conclude and to welcome the GLOBSEC Masters of Ceremony, Kim Dozier and Steve Clemens, on the stage, and just to say thank you also very much to our panelists. These are not easy questions, and we'll be discussing them, I think, for many years to come. Thank you.
Job. What a great job. Fantastic way to bring this GLOBSEC 2024 to an end. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. All right, everybody, we want you to stay in your seats because we're about to have the final act of GLOBSEC 2024. And look, I want to be honest, we've got some bad news and some good news. The bad news is, well, let me do the good news first. The good news is we've tamed a lot of the storm. The bad news is there's more storm to tame. We're going to hear a little bit about that in a moment. But right now we've got a little... Oh, and Kim, we're going to step up and be right back. We're going to let the video go and then we'll come right back.
Sounds great.
But watch this.
So, starting as we mean to go on or end, we had some incredible exchanges in these two rooms. In Schwarzenberg, climate change, terrorism in Africa, EU-Armenia relations, and I got to sit in for a little bit of the disinformation and information overload panel and heard some real horror stories of what journalists in this region are having to go through right now to do their jobs. And here we started with the Middle East, hearing from a number of countries in the region, and then Black Sea security, and we finally ended with the future of Russia.
And I just want to say you did a fabulous job in the Middle East panel. I just thought you were incredible. After the closing remarks from the president of GLOBSEC we're going to have in just a moment, we want to invite everyone to lunch in the atrium for our final lunch. We can all enjoy each other, and you can see each other before we leave. But let's both welcome to the stage right now the founder and the CEO of GLOBSEC, who's going to talk about the state of taming the storm. Robert Vass.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Kim. It is my great pleasure to be the last speaker. 3 days ago, I opened the conference, and I have the pleasure also to say a few words at the end. But first of all, I want to thank all of you in the last couple of days who have been here and engaged in the number of very important conversations and debates. And let me share a few statistics here in Prague. We have hosted 2,300 participants from more than 80 countries. It's tremendous. You have come from each continent of this world. Thank you for flying to Prague and to engage in discussions about the future of the world. But also, we have held a lot of panels. We had 57 panels, more than 60 side sessions, 180 speakers, more than 200 bilateral and multilateral meetings, and many more. We had also a lot of journalists who are reporting and taking all of these conversations out of this room, which is extraordinary because the press clippings we are getting back here to Prague is just great. We had a lot of other meetings, like the GLOBSEC Young Leaders meeting. We had the Women Leaders Council. We had the Geotech Summit on the sidelines. We had a lot of other side meetings that are making a real difference. So I would like to thank all of you who came here and who are supporting the GLOBSEC, and thank you for being the part of our family. But let me, first of all, thank to our board that is led by Wilhelm Molterer, Peter Pudil, Kersti Kaljulaid, Ivan Krastev, Gordon Bajnai, Anita Orban, and Maciej Witucki. Your leadership and your guidance on the strategic issues is absolutely crucial. Thank you. I would like to thank the President Peter Pavel and his amazing team who really gave us the moral and political support to make this conference a success. I would like to thank him, but also the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jan Lipavsky, whole ministry, and all Czechia to welcoming GLOBSEC, giving us the support, and helping us to make this a success. Thank you. I would also like to thank for the preparatory committee members for the GLOBSEC Forum 2024 that was led by Peter Kolář, and members Peter Pudil, Michael Žantovský, Zbigněk Pavlačík, Jan Macháček, Rastislav Káčer. Thank you very much. I would like to thank also to all of our partners, NATO Public Diplomacy Division, Wilfried Martens Center, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, all the institutional and content partners, corporate partners, especially ČEZ Group, Microsoft, KNDS, BMW, Amazon, Amazon Web Services, Big Board, Docking, Everstream, Google, Helsing, Lockheed Martin, Roche, Saab, SEC Technologies, T-Mobile, GLOBSEC partners and members, thank you for your support, because without your support, this would be absolutely impossible. We are glad to have you. Thank you. I would like to thank also to the Protection Service in Czech Republic and the police, because they've been doing a tremendous job, and we know that we've put them under pressure. So thank you. But also, I would like to thank to the GLOBSEC team, because those are the young people who are behind this conference, who are really sometimes desperate. I see them sometimes crying under the pressure of all the burdens that are coming in the meantime. But those people who are preparing this conference, for me, are real leaders and real heroes. So I would like to thank the core team, led by Milan Solar, Natalia Ferenc, Martina Janičinová, Daniel Hošták, Ľudská Rybníkarová, Nadia Jesenská, Molly, Alex, Teresa, Jan Fogaš, Rastislav Martiška, Gabriela, and many others, the production team, communication team, policy experts, strategic partnerships team, financial office, basically everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we also had more than 200 interns from 29 nationalities here in Prague who helped you in navigating all these 3 days. But again, I said yesterday to our team, GLOBSEC and the success of this conference is not thanks to us. It's thanks to the idea that we believe that we can change the international conversation from a small country, from Central Europe. We can have a huge impact. And that idea is supported by so many of you, by your participation, by your support throughout the year. So that is a binding idea that we want to make the world a little bit better, safer, and more prosperous way. I have 5 key takeaways from this conference. First of all, I think there was a clear realization that new technologies are the defining essence for future geopolitics. That's why we have established the Geotech Center. This is absolutely clear, and I'm glad that we had so many tech companies here in Prague. And we will continue. We will continue. Second, it was clear realization that the way to peace is not through appeasement, but through deterrence and strengthening our institutions and reinvesting into ourselves. Third, there was a clear call that we need to support Ukraine not to sustain, but to win. We need to change the words. That we are with Ukraine as long as it takes. It's not a winning strategy. A winning strategy is to say whatever it takes. And it was a clear call to drop the limitations on their weapons that they are using because they have the right to defend themselves. Fourth, I think Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the Commission, said very clearly that Central Europe is central for the future of Europe. This is absolutely key. It was a key message to us in this region to take up some kind of leadership role. It's a clear call. She also announced the establishment of the Defense Commissioner, and she clearly said we need more green energy and more nuclear energy. And the fifth, the realization that all the conflicts around the world are somehow interconnected because they are creating the storm that has the ability to diminish the very foundations of our international order. We have to protect them because if we don't protect them, we will end up in a jungle. With these takeaways, I would like to also announce that we will gather next year for the 20th GLOBSEC Forum in Prague, 13, 14, and 15th in June. And you are all welcome. We are looking forward to that, and we hope to continue our conversations. Thank you. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
Nice job.